To it. Welcome, everybody. Would anybody like to go over what was going on last session, where we left off at?
Yep, I could do it today. So last session we started off at that farm area that we were investigating for Kalaman, and we saw a gathering of soldiers who we dealt with, a bunch of hobgoblins and things like that. We looted the house afterwards and kind of checked on things there, and used the Fargab to talk to Juniper, who gave us some more information about some lost scouts, which is in pretty close proximity to where we were, so we chose to investigate that before taking any rest for the evening. And when we did that, we found the location, and we got ambushed by a bunch of draconians, and fought them, and found out that these ones explode when they die, which wasn't very fun. And the very last one that was taken down with non-lethal damage, and that was right where we ended off, standing around this knocked out thing.
All right. The only thing, this place was not the scouts. That's what your next job was.
Okay.
But, I mean, very detailed. Good job. So, you guys have recently...
Wait. Sorry, before you go, if this wasn't the scouts, then what was this? This was just reports
This
of
was a blockade.
activity?
Yeah, it was a blockade. The people were getting jumped on the road in the area. You guys found them.
Yeah, and the attacks were happening day and night.
Yeah. So, you guys have knocked this creature unconscious. And I believe that is exactly where we ended. What would you guys like to do?
What time is it, approximately?
I believe it's somewhere around midnight or so.
So we've still got 6 hours until we have to report in case we wanted Juniper to be present for the interrogation.
Yes.
Via the Fargap.
I'm just gonna
She was the one pushing us to capture one alive, right?
Indeed she was.
Guys, I suggest we tie him up before he wakes up. Then after we can decide what to do with him.
Who's confident in their not ability? I've tried working with rope before and it didn't go well.
Truth be told, I'm not the best at knots.
What kind of skill would knot tying be?
Sleight of hand or something dexterity related?
You probably survival.
Or that?
I will cast guidance on whoever does it.
I can give it a shot. My fingers aren't the greatest, but I can pull it real tight. Maybe if we work together.
I'll check his knots and cast guidance on him.
Sure. Give me a survival.
So for the guidance, do I check my global skill modifier 1d4 bless?
Your skill, no, for skill, it's guidance. Bless is for saves and attacks.
Yeah, but isn't it the same thing though, 1d4?
Yeah, it's a d4.
So I can just click the skill modifier bless?
Yes. Okay. Yeah, you seem to tie him up pretty well. How are you tying him up? Like, give me kind of a description for it.
Hog tie.
Okay.
and then extra like hog tie his hands and his feet together behind him, and then wrapped a rope like around his legs as well, and tied his legs to each other.
Sure.
How far do you guys think we are from town? It was like almost a day's walk,
You're
right?
20 miles from town.
But we're really close to that encampment or those houses that we were planning to spend the night.
I was
2
wondering
hours.
how long it might take us to get him back and they could talk to him at Calaman.
Yeah, you're looking at least like a good 13-14 hour journey.
I suggest we quickly grab anything of value and drag him back to those farmhouses we planned to stay the night at. If we move all the rations out of the basement, we could lock him in there and get a good night's sleep.
Yep, I think that's a decent idea. I don't know if we want to push through. We might be too much. So
Works for me.
All right, so he's tied up. Before you guys leave camp, is there anything you want to do?
I'd like to check the caster's corpse.
Sure.
and I want to. I'll be just checking out this tent.
It wasn't the caster we knocked out, right?
It was not.
It was one of the males.
Indeed, it was. I'm just messaging George real quick. Give me just a second.
How tall are these things? Are they like human size or smaller?
They are medium. I'm gonna say they're probably a good, probably 7 to 8 feet.
So, would there potentially be? Would I be able to put together enough pieces of their armor and add it to my disguise kit as a disguise?
So your disguise kit, it takes about a week to actually make a full disguise. You could totally pick up some of the items though, and so you've got something you can work with.
We also have one set of armor each with Dragon Army symbols on them.
Yeah, the chainmail.
I thought we only got 3 of those.
5.
Yeah, there's 5.
True. Well, I'm gonna put together a set of armor that I can later make a disguise while I help them search the bodies.
Okay. Well, yeah, sure. So, Padraig, you're up first. Okay. I'm just gonna go with, as you guys search the camp, you guys are able to loot from the corpses, as well as a small footlocker in a chest, or in one of the tents. You guys find 120 gold. You find about another 60 days of rations. And Padraig, you, sir, as you're searching this this draconian down here, you find a small sphere of thick glass. As you pick it up, it weighs approximately about a pound. There almost seems to be some sort of small light shimmering inside, although at the moment it is not actually glowing.
I'd like to put it in my bag of holding.
Sure. You can type in your actually you can just drag it in from the compendium. It's called a drift globe, one word. And then once you drag it in brackets, put in unidentified.
I'm afraid it might be another walkie-talkie type device, and I don't want it to be where it could make noise.
For sure.
Would these things have any musical instruments with them anywhere? Maybe by their fire?
No. No, they do not.
Uncultured savages.
After I check her corpse, I'd like to just look around the camp trying to find anything that doesn't look like it's theirs. I'm assuming these people had something to do with the attacks on people on the road, but I want to look for anything that looks obviously like it belonged to traders or farmers or just people walking the road that got jumped.
Sure. Give me an investigation. Okay. Inside of this log over here, in fact, inside of both of them, I would like Padraig, and let's go with Bedvyr. You can both give me D100. Padraig, you find a small chest in one log with 620 platinum.
Jesus.
In the other log, you find 16 gems worth, let's go with 300 each.
$16 gems worth 300 gold each.
Yep.
I have a mechanics question. So, like a spell that needs a gem worth 1,000 gold, are you able to use like those 300 gold apiece gems
Nope.
to equal that amount? All right.
It's got to be, it's very specific. That's the way the spells are made.
You could probably
makes
trade
sense.
some in town though to get the right one.
That's a possibility.
Makes sense. I just wanted to be clear now so that later on, when we need a spell like that, now I'm not like, oh shit, I don't actually have the gem.
So, on these two what look to be small lock boxes, you see different symbols. You can give me a history if you like, Padraig. 2 histories, actually.
When I see them, I'm also going to ask who was it that spoke Draconian as I try to read it.
I do. I'll translate if it's draconic.
Do I recognize the language?
They are symbols. They are not runes or language. The one you're not really sure. The one with the money on it. The one that had the gems in it. You're pretty sure that this is the Jewelers Guild symbol.
We hadn't been told explicitly that Jewelers Guild members got robbed, though, right?
No, you just know that there had been people on the road getting jumped and having their stuff taken from, and only a couple of them actually made it to tell you or tell Calaman that things had gone on. Most people were killed outright.
Did you see what I put in chat to you, boy?
There's some regular short swords, a dagger. Doesn't look like any arrows though.
How much
Sure.
platinum was there?
620, I think.
Yeah. Is it 10 to 1 for gold from that?
It is, yes.
This is more money than Padraig has ever seen in one place at one time.
He silently puts it in his pocket and says nothing.
No, this is like what 11,000 gold plus the sphere. Plus, you said there was a footlocker. Did we open that, or was the 120 gold?
That's where the 120 gold came from.
Okay. Should we divvy up these rations, 12 apiece?
We left them back at the farmhouse.
No, there's 60 days of rations in the dragon, in the not draconian camp.
Oh, I missed that. We should. Do they have a wagon, or is it just
No, there's
just
not.
what was in the? Sounds like a plan. The villagers. This will make a big difference.
Because this is so much money, I'm going to ask. Is it Bedvyr or Bronn that's Knight of Salamia?
Bedvyr.
I'm going to ask Bedvyr what he thinks we should do with all this money. If any of it should go to the refugee effort, or if we should just split it 5 ways or set some aside for Juniper, or what do you think?
So I'd say Juniper has previously declined being included in our split. I would say split it amongst the party and let each man donate as his conscience guides him, would be my thought.
And if we want to help Juniper, maybe we just have to be a little more mischievous about it. She doesn't want to accept our money, but we could have our money do things for her that she doesn't know about, if you catch my drift.
Well said.
While they're deciding what to do with the money, I'm going to walk over to the unconscious prisoner and kind of hoist him up onto my back, holding the rope that goes from the hand to the feet to sling him over my shoulder.
What is your strength?
Bad.
I can help carry him, but I'd like to be at the foot end.
I'll take the top end. I've got pretty decent strength, if you want.
Same.
If I cast guidance on myself, would that help with my strength?
It would, but I think it only lasts for a minute, doesn't it? Up to a minute.
Well, it's a
And it only
cantrip
works-
though, so somebody could just keep casting it.
Okay,
Yep.
so the only thing is that it adds the number rolled to one ability check of your choice, which means every time you use it, it's gone again.
Yeah.
So you're
Right.
going to cast it every 6 seconds?
Well, are you going to make me do a strength check every 6 seconds?
That would be how it would work. Like, I'm not going to make you do it, but that would technically be how it would work.
Yes.
Okay.
Would there be any difference in the logistics of carrying him if I'm on all fours and have him like slung on my back?
Not really, because it's still about your strength score, but I mean, Bedvyr and Padraig both said they can fucking carry him.
If you want to be innocuous bear scout up ahead, that might be helpful.
All right, good idea. Anything for the party. And I'm gonna take off my robes and put it all in my bag of holding and hand it off to somebody, or actually hide it on myself underneath I'll walk on all fours and have it tucked under my armpit.
Unless somebody is keeping anything for themselves, it's 20 gold, 124 platinum, and 3 gems worth 300 each per person.
The
I'd
20
probably
gold. Sorry, the 20 gold, is that from like the first set of gold, or that's all from what you just?
That is divided evenly. That's everything.
But that's
sorry,
from
that's
platinum
20.
because sorry, I put 24 gold each into the chat from the first amount of gold. I'm just making sure that this is all set up.
Oh no, you're right. It's 24.
Okay.
And the 1 gem left over, you're the only person who casts spells that need gems, right?
I
Currently,
don't
yes.
have this. Oh, you're talking to him. My bad.
No, he was talking to you, but I don't have any spells that can use that component as right now.
I don't think I do yet either.
And I wouldn't have any until like level 12.
I say we just split the gems up. You never know when they'll come in handy for us.
Indeed, and if someone is inclined to donate, I'm sure we could always better the lives of the refugees with whatever we give them.
Also, we found gems earlier in our quest too, so we can just put all the gems together and split them up, because I'm pretty sure one person was holding all of them anyway.
Were there any maps or books?
There was not, no.
I can't think of anything else to look for here.
Shall we head back to the farmhouse?
Yeah. Bronn is not very strong, but he can help cast guidance on the people who are walking and just continuously do that.
Okay.
It's a cantrip, so he'll just keep going.
Oh, I still ain't heard from George. I wonder if he slept in. Alright, so you guys head out, and I'm going to quickly make a coffee, which is about 1.5 feet away from me, so just give me a moment.
Somebody did add the extra gem to their inventory though, right?
Were those found at the farm?
Well, I mean, right now you said there's 3 each plus 1 left over. I just want to make sure one of us put it in our inventory because we hadn't decided who should get that last one.
I did not.
I'd
No
suggest
problem.
you take it since you're a caster.
All right.
Kind of crazy how much loot we've found money-wise since we got to Calaman and we're too broke to afford anything for sale at that smithy.
Crazy how fast things change. Now that $5 a day, or a day they're offering us seems like nothing.
Yeah. I mean, we are, though, getting the missions that are giving us this loot, and they're not expecting any of it, as far as I know.
You're right. I'm not complaining. I mean, we're doing this for the people. Their 5 gold just seems kind of pointless, if you know what I mean.
Pointless now, but you don't know when you need that. Things change fast.
Alright, so you guys are back on the road, heading back to the other camp. It only takes
I'm
you about...
leading the way as a pretending to be a normal bear.
Okay. It only takes you guys about 30 minutes to get back.
Was it the top one or the bottom one that had the cellar?
It was the
Middle one.
Yeah. What are you guys doing with the prisoner?
Carrying him in.
Does anybody have like a magical way to make this guy sleep so that he doesn't wake up and make himself explode or escape?
I could command him. However, let me just take a look at that spell.
If
it
I
only
got
lasts for
along-
one round, so
If I had a long rest, I could make him blind. That's only 1 minute too. Is he small enough to fit in the chest that we found here?
No.
What about one of the barrels that was full of rations?
Barrels are generally like, 4 or 5 feet tall, maybe 3 foot wide. This dude is 8 feet tall.
All right, well, I'm gonna start carrying the barrels out of the basement with the rations and anything down there that he could use to, cut his ropes free or just use in any way.
He has claws on his hands, right?
I was waiting for that. Yes, he does.
Can we tie him up with more rope and maybe gag him?
yep.
I'm really worried about this dude biting his lip, killing himself with 1 hit point of damage, and exploding.
Yeah, that's not really how that's gonna work. If he bites his lip, man, he's not gonna take any damage. He would have to do something, basically actually something that would kill a person in real life. Or, run into a wall hard enough that he, cracks his head wide open kind of thing, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's
We
why
could
I'm
cut his-
suggesting tying him up more so that he can't even move. Just breathe.
We could always just cut his fingers off.
Wouldn't that do damage?
We just cauterize it afterwards.
Seems a
Don't
little
let him
extreme.
bleed out.
Yeah, I don't know. I could get down with that.
Let's just tie him up. As I pull out more rope out of my bag.
Yeah, let's mummify this dude in rope.
Yeah,
Sure.
let's mummify this guy.
Is there
Well, if
any
he's in the
chains on
basement-
this farm?
Yeah, I'm sure you can find some chains.
Savage, does the trapdoor open up or down? I'm assuming up.
Up.
So we could just pile something heavy on it and call it good.
Maybe.
While I'm clearing the room out, did I find any other exits or windows or?
In the basement, no. Or the cellar, I should say, no.
Guys, I found some chains. I have to keep looking for a lock or something, but I don't know. And I'm gonna drop them on the ground in front of everybody.
Takes 2 points of bludgeoning damage, dies. I'm just kidding.
I didn't drop them on him. Dropped
Said-
him on the ground.
I said it was a joke. Okay, so yeah, you guys are able to find some chain pretty easily, and you begin to give him an extra layer of chain, I guess. How are you guys locking this chain in place?
How big are the links?
I'm gonna say, since it's a farm, I'm gonna say they're about 3 or 4 millimeters thick. The chain, like end to end, or sorry, the link end to end is probably about let's go with 1.5 inches. Seems to be made of steel, or sorry, iron.
So not big enough to put a piece of rope through the link.
Probably not. No. I mean, you could probably work it in there. Hemp and rope is actually rather thin. So you could probably work it in and, kind of like heave ho on it to pull it through. Take a little work.
I'll suggest, since we don't have a lock, we just put rope through the chain, since he's already tied up.
Okay.
Yeah, like tie knots through it to kind of tighten and interweave the chain into the knots and rope.
Sure.
Should we put a cot down there and chain him to the cot? That way the part of the chain that has the rope through it could be underneath him. No way for the claws to reach.
Yeah, I mean, if there's any way to wrap it maybe around one of the barrels that's in there, if there's anything left, something like that could help too. Just so it limits movement.
All right, so for expediture, yeah, you guys do a pretty solid job of tying this guy up. Dude's got next to no, flesh showing. He's all rope and chain, and he seems pretty secure. Like, he probably could not get out of this, inside of a 24-hour span, no matter how hard he tried.
Excellent. Well, Bronn's gonna do one quick look out the window of every single window, walk around the house, and then he's gonna go to bed. And I'm gonna suggest that we lock all the doors, and also ask if we want to do watch order.
I'd like to do whichever watch is going to be at dawn, so that I'm awake when it's time to check in with the Fargab.
And I would like to pull in a pile of leaves from outside on top of the trapdoor and sleep on top of the trapdoor.
Okay.
Bronn doesn't care which watch he takes; he'll take right in the center.
So at this point in time, it's about 2:30 in the morning. Dawn is about 5 o'clock in the morning. So you got about 2.5 hours before dawn.
So we sleep till noon.
I'll take them. What is a watch? 4 hours? 2 hours?
2 hours generally.
So I'll take second watch.
But didn't you just say dawn is only 2.5 hours away?
Yes. So the first watch would end half an hour before dawn. Padraig wants to be up at dawn, so he would get up half an hour before dawn.
I'm just asking, are we getting a full 8 hours?
It might depend on what Juniper says on the Fargab. We might have to get up early and head back, or there might be new information.
All right, let's get to sleeping. You wake us up if we end up having to leave early.
Who's taking first watch?
I'll take first watch.
Thank you.
I guess I'll take third watch then. That way we can keep Bjorn sleeping on top of the hatch door. And Gondar as well. He's in there somewhere.
Well, because Gondar's player's not here. He's just going to sleep. And you guys can rotate your watch. You technically only need 6 hours for a long rest. But because you guys are doing a watch, it would take the full 8 hours to actually get it. So, like, each of you will get 6 hours sleep over the next 8 hours, kind of thing. And that would be your full rest.
Yeah.
Alright, so the first watch passes without any incident. No creepy sounds. You do hear maybe some owls, some crickets in the area. But that's about it. As your watch ends, it is Padraig's turn. Wake up.
And I will wake up a drag, but I'm going to stay awake just to see what happens with the Fargab.
I'll put the Fargab on the table, not in the cellar, like upstairs, I think it was. And I should have time to put my armor on before it's time to call.
Okay. The first little while passes without any incident. And you begin to see the first streaks of pink in the sky as the sun begins to rise to the east. And as it rises, it does so somewhat quickly.
When I see dawn break, I'll hit the transmit button and say, "Good morning."
Yeah? Checking in?
It's Juniper.
Sounds like her.
I will say we caught a live one and believe we may have cleared the bandits from the road.
Good. Excellent.
I'm going to say that we have him tied up very securely and let her know that some of these guys explode when they die.
I'm sorry, they what now?
Like their bodies explode and hurt anyone within a certain distance from them upon death.
This shit just couldn't get any worse, could it?
Who's up with me?
Bedvyr.
I am.
I'm going to kind of look at you to see if you have anything you want to say.
Juniper, do you want to bring him back or interrogate him here?
Interrogate him. Bring back whatever information you can.
If you were here, what questions would you want asked so we don't forget anything?
Oh, good question. Okay, hold on a sec. There is a list here. Let's see. He's going to come back with, we want to know the leader, their movements, what kind of creatures and abilities the army has, and where they're finding the people for their armies. And of course, what their overall plan is.
I also want to let her know that these ones that we think were the bandits waylaying people on the road had a camp set up, a lot of loot, traps, and one of them, a female, was a spellcaster.
Sorry, can you repeat that? I couldn't hear it over your dog's collar.
Which part? The whole thing?
Yeah, pretty much. Sorry, man.
Sorry. The camp was had traps set up around it. One of the lizard folk soldiers was a female spellcaster, and that they had a lot of loot and looked like they'd been there for a while. Also mentioned that they had 60 days of rations, which I think there was there a total of 6 of them? So it'd be 10 days each, or if it was 5, 12 days?
Give me a second.
They were pretty well set up.
believe there was 5 of them.
Yeah, so they were set up to be there for over a week. Unless they got all that food from people they robbed. What are the rules of engagement on the level of persuasion for the interrogation? Is this as strict of rules as when we were in Vogler?
She leans forward. Well, you wouldn't see her leaning forward, but it sounds like she's getting closer to the microphone, and yet at the same time quieter, like she's whispering. And she says, "What Marshal Vendry and the Calaman Council don't know won't hurt them."
If we don't get the information we want, would you rather us bring back a body or a live prisoner?
Neither. The more important thing is dealing with the next mission. If you can capture one from there, bring one back.
Okay. Last question. Any preference? Oh. Do you have a preference on lizard folk or goblin or human if we can bring back a prisoner from the next spot, because at least the non-lizard ones don't explode?
Bring back whatever you can. Preferably as many as you can that you can handle on the journey back.
Bedvyr, anything else?
Nothing I can think of. I think we got it all.
Okay, we'll talk to you this evening.
Very well. Safe travels. And with that, you can kind of see the far gabble. Almost looks like it powers down.
Is that new?
It seems to be something that happens when the other one is not in use.
Okay, so it doesn't make me think that we just expended its last use or it broke.
No. Actually, you know
Okay.
what? Give me a. Nah. Yeah, you're good. Yeah. So, with that, Bedvyr and Padraig, is there anything else you want to do?
I'm gonna go get 6 hours sleep. Call it good.
All right.
We could have Gondar stay back and watch the prisoner if the 4 of us are going to go do the next thing before we get to Calaman.
Are we not just going to get the info and then, leave him behind?
Show him quote unquote mercy. As I point to my,
Or that.
my mace.
So the only reason that I wouldn't want to do that is just because if George does happen to show up, well, then I've got to figure out a reason that, why he was 6 hours travel behind you, but then showed up all of a sudden, you know what I mean? So I'm just going to run with him with you guys. I know Warlock's pretty decently well, so.
Well, let's finish our long rest and then we can figure out where to go next.
Yeah, the rest of the watches pass without trouble.
When Bjorn wakes up, he wakes up with a horrified roar until looking around confused until he realizes where he is and calms down.
Yeah, those of you who are still sleeping wake up to a.
Sorry if I scared you. I don't sleep well.
I was already up.
So everybody, 8 is probably over now. So you would remove those 5 extra maximum hit points that had it.
And I'm going to choose my spells, prep my spells.
Okay.
How many rations did you say we each get?
12 days rations from the bandit camp. I don't remember how many were at the farm already. I think it was like over 100.
Yeah, there was a lot.
I'm going through chat to find it. I know I already added my share to my inventory, but you guys didn't.
Oh. Well, I'm not sure whether Gondar was keeping track of his aid HP or not.
Everybody didn't have it. Only 3 of us did.
Okay.
For me, it was in my temporary hit points and didn't disappear when I hit long rest.
So when I use aid on you, they're not temporary hit points. They're extra maximum hit points. The difference being if you get hurt and heal, you get those back, where temporary you don't.
Okay, I wasn't sure how to do it on Roll20. It will let me put more than my maximum as my maximum.
Yeah, so what I normally do is I'll leave my hit point maximum how it is, but then next to it in brackets, I will put my new hit point maximum from 8. So that I know once I lose 8, I just delete what's in the brackets. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's the way I like to keep track of it. That way I don't fuck up and, between games like, hey, sweet, I got more HP than I thought, and then realize, oh, yeah, no, I don't. But I don't remember what the original number was, so that helps me keep track of it personally.
Not fishing for a second melee swing, but is there any chance we leveled during that long rest?
You did not as of yet, no.
What did Juniper have to say?
Question him with extreme prejudice. She gave me a list of questions. I'll rattle them off. Who's the leader, movements, which creatures and abilities the army has, where they're finding recruits, and their overall plan. She also said there's no reason to keep this one alive after we're done questioning him, but maybe not to mention it to the marshal. And if we can get any captives from the next spot we're going to today, to bring back what we can to Calaman to be questioned. And I'll mention that I let her know that some of them explode and one of them is a spellcaster.
I guess we should get to work then.
I let the party know that I can help. I do have Zone of Truth as well, and I've prepped it.
Perfect.
Question, Savage. The Draconian, having had probably 6 to 8 hours sleep now, would he also enjoy the benefit of a long rest?
He was restrained and not comfortable, locked up with, ropes and chains. Homie definitely did not. He might as well have slept in plate armor.
Got it. Okay.
Could we force him? This is a mechanics question. Could we force him to take, points of exhaustion by keeping him tied up for an extended period of time?
Possibly. I feel like I would probably, after the first level of exhaustion, I would probably have him roll to see. So unless somebody's sitting there poking and prodding him every time he starts to fall asleep, I would definitely be doing a roll to see whether he gets a level of exhaustion or not.
Because that might make him easier to persuade/intimidate.
I can also become one of his people and we could run a gambit, gain his trust, and get information from him that way.
I like it, but I'm thinking, do you speak their language well? We haven't heard these things speak a whole lot, except that we know that Padraig or Bedvyr can kind of piece it together a bit.
So he's not fluent? None of us are fluent?
Well, I think Bedvyr is. We don't really know that these things are draconic yet.
I could cast it on him.
Just a friendly heads up, I'm not the best at deception. Not saying I won't try, just not really good at it.
Yeah, it depends how we want to start. I explained to the team what Zone of Truth can do, and I can cast that when we try to talk to them.
Also, Padraig, while you were on your watch, did you want to? I'd say that would be enough time for a short rest if you wanted to try and check out that drift globe to see what it did, or did you want to leave it in your bag?
I think in that amount of time, I probably would have checked it out after I was done with the far gap call.
Sure. So if you just put it into compendium, you can open it up and take a look at it and see what it does. It is a non-attunement item.
Could I cast my augury spell and get guidance?
Augury. On dragon bones. How are you getting guidance from that?
Get guidance from the deity. They can give me a sign.
I thought you were asking about like you spell guidance.
No.
Okay.
Would my Kingfisher rod worth 50 gold pieces qualify as a similar token worth at least 25 gold?
No, this is talking about something that like the Vikings, they're seers or sorcerers, quote unquote. They would use like runes, or bones and shit, and with carvings in them of their runic symbols, and then they throw them on the ground, and from there they would kind of read, it's good, it's bad, yada yada yada.
I can use my oracle charm.
Oracle charm. Refresh my memory.
Small charm resembles a human finger bone engraved with runes and complicated knotwork patterns. Contemplate a specific course of actions that you plan to take within 30 minutes. Snap the charm and gain half the benefit of an augury spell. Once used, charmed is destroyed. But could I use this as the token for the augury spell?
I mean, if you're using that item, then you are already using augury.
It says half the benefit, though.
One sec.
Oh, no, sorry. Snap it in half to gain the benefit. My bad.
So are you using it, or?
Yeah.
Okay. So once you use it, it is gone. So make sure you delete it.
Yeah, I'm focusing on our course of action, trying to feel whether it would be a good idea for me to cast Disguise Self on him and have him try and do the persuasion and interrogation, or if that would be a bad idea.
Okay, receive an omen from otherworldly results. Specific course of action plan to take for the next 30 minutes. DM chooses wheel and woe. Rules that aren't especially good or bad.
So, and I'm going to be more specific. So the plan I was thinking of is Disguise Self him, have him go in and act like he's saving him, like we're all dead, and cut this guy free and pretend to be tending to his wounds while he cats him up, and we'll be waiting up here if he tries to escape so we can catch him again. And I'll make someone invisible to be down there with him for backup.
Okay. I believe invisibility as well as disguise. Wait, you're casting disguise self, right?
It says a creature I can touch, though.
All right. Hold on. Post it for me real quick.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah, yourself.
Okay, we'll switch it. I'll go in and he'll be invisible and whisper the translations in my ear.
Oh, whispering translations, huh? Are you trying to what are you trying to disguise yourself as? Like, are you going as like a human, a hobgoblin, or one of his actual own kind?
A hobgoblin.
Okay. In that case,
Wait, is a hobgoblin too small?
no. I think you're thinking of goblins. Goblins are small creatures. A hobgoblin is a medium creature. They range between, I believe, 6 and 7 feet.
All right, so I'm using my oracle charm.
Okay. You get. Where? You snap this, and the runes in the finger flare to life. And although on both of these halves there are 2 runes on each side, good and bad. On the top half, the symbol for good stays while the bad disappears. But on the lower half, it's the opposite. So you got wheel and woe.
So I'm gonna tell my plan to everybody and see what they think, and tell them what happened from me doing the charm. What are your guys' thoughts?
Can you explain the result you got from that spell? I don't understand divination magic.
So getting wheel and woe means it could go either way. It's not decided by fate yet, which isn't a bad sign, because that means we have a chance to make it work.
I know if it goes bad, we're all here, but we do have an opportunity. We'd probably want to try to knock it out again if it does go bad, which it doesn't really guarantee us any knowledge, but I'm not sure. The gods, when you consult the gods, they give you some good answers, and it's not clear if this is a good idea.
My suggestion would be the zone of truth approach more than the disguise approach.
Aye, so it's decided. We'll start with that, and if we can't get anything out of them, we can always try something else.
Yeah, we can make it sound like we're getting beat up here and have them go in after. We can still use that as a good backup plan.
We can also use the disguise angle possibly at the next spot we're going to.
As part of my
I can cast multiple times, twice a day.
I can also use disguise self as part of my high sorcery training.
Because if we have 2 disguised and wait, is disguise self concentration?
Yes.
No, it is
No.
not.
So we could have 2 people disguised and 1 person invisible, which is 3 of the 5 of us able to maybe infiltrate and check things out. Not here, but at the next spot after the interrogation.
Hey,
If I
Gator.
get just a little bit more powerful,
Sorry, bro.
on
I
the
had
way
my
there, I can
my
even
chat
make 2 of us
covered on
invisible.
accidentally.
And I'm not saying you should stand right next to this guy that can explode during the interrogation, but I think you should definitely be in the room to hear him so that you can learn some of the mannerisms and language he uses if he speaks to us in common to better help your disguise later.
If we're just using Zone of Truth, then we could just all be down there.
From the ones that exploded at the bandit camp, can I ascertain how large I think that radius is? Because I know sometimes when they exploded, it hurt some of us, but not everyone. I know I got hit by it at least once.
And how long after it hits 0 hit points does it take for it to explode? Because I do have Spare the Dying.
Immediately. About 5 feet. 5 to 10 feet is what you think.
So I'd suggest if anybody's concentrating on anything during the interrogation that they stand at least 15 feet away.
Well, let's get to it. Let's try this Zone of Truth.
I'd like to be maybe behind him if possible during it to clock him with a non-lethal blow if he gets sassy.
I do have spells that can sort of incapacitate him without damaging him. I can make him blind so that he is at a disadvantage, and I can also make him incapacitated by laughter. I am quite a funny bear.
All right, so what's the plan here, guys?
We're going to open the hatch, cast Zone of Truth down there, and someone's going to go down and grill this guy. And I think Padraig said he's going to get ready to clock him as well.
So if we step into the Zone of Truth, will we have to tell the truth as well?
Create a magical zone that guards against deception, 15-foot radius sphere. Centered on a point of your choice. Spells creatures that enter the spell on failed save, yada yada yada. Affected creature is aware of spell and can thus. Yeah, that's exactly how it would work. There is no automatic save for friends on this one.
So I'll make the Zone of Truth half of the room, and definitely covering a fair bit of where this guy's tied up in the corner.
Or we might consider taking him outside up here so that we don't accidentally give him information.
Well, if we do, we can just kill him.
That there is the size of Zone of Truth.
I don't plan on lying to him if I ask any questions. I believe what Juniper told me to ask is what she wants us to ask. So I don't see a downside to me being in it.
And also, we can be fairly truthful. Like, we want this information because we're going to kill the Dragon Queen. And we are going to kill him afterwards, and he can't really lie.
We could also have anyone else who feels good at intimidation or persuasion do the questioning, and I just stay quiet behind him, ready to do a non-lethal blow.
I'm great at intimidation, persuasion, and deception. It's kind of my specialty. The only way I can get food most times.
It's because of all those signs that say not to feed the bears, isn't it?
Ranger Ned is a bad man. So I'm going to cast Bardic Inspiration on who's ever about to question him first.
Isn't it you?
I can't cast it on myself.
Holy fuck!
All right, so I'm going to go down there and start asking him the...
All right, so you guys remove Bjorn's leaves and sticks from the top of the door, and you guys begin to head downstairs. Who's all going downstairs?
I am.
I'm
I'll
staying
go.
upstairs.
I'll go down.
All right, so this is where, although I don't have a map for the cellar, this is basically where he is in the room. And your zone of truth, the 15-foot radius. Point of your choosing within range.
So it'll kind of be centered further back.
Okay. So you would have to go down at least long enough to cast it.
Yeah. I'm going to peek down in there, cast it, and then hang out at the top. And I don't want anything sneaking up on us. And if it goes south, I want the high ground.
Well, he has a 60-foot range to cast it. It's just a 15-foot radius.
Yeah, I'm going to poke my head in there.
All right. So you cast Zone of Truth. Let's see. What is the save? Charisma, huh? Okay. You know whether each creature succeeds or fails. It succeeded.
That's not great.
Is that a cantrip or a spell?
That's a big old spell. A beefy one, too. I mean, I am willing to cast another second level spell slot to do this. I can just cast it again, and he has to try again, right?
Wait. I think I can do something to him.
Well, as you begin to cast the first spell and it goes off, you notice that the gag you guys put in his mouth is gone. It's torn to shreds beside him, and he begins to laugh. You think your puny little spell is going to work on a servant of the Dragon Queen?
Yeah, we actually kind of do. You guys weren't very strong at all, to be quite honest. We took you guys down within 30 minutes.
I'm going to cast Bane on him while he's talking. The Dragon Army soldier, not Bjorn.
Hey, charisma saving throw. What's your DC?
— 14.
Okay. You cast Bane.
And Bedvyr's doing Zone of Truth, right?
No. I have no spell.
Can I see Bronn?
Bronn came down, cast, and then went back up, but
I'm like right by the door.
Yeah, I'm gonna like nod at you.
So,
And I'm gonna cast it again. I'm gonna cast another Zone of Truth after that Bane.
I'm going to use Bardic Inspiration on him as well.
It's a save. Bardic Inspiration isn't going to help in this. But doesn't matter
Can I use
because he
cutting
failed.
word? You're not as tough as you think you are you? We have a few questions. Do I have a certain amount of questions that he will answer?
He has. Where is it? Stone of Truth lasts for 10 minutes.
And the questions are in the Roll20 chat above Bane.
We've got a lot to talk about, and I'm pretty hungry if you're not going to answer. So let's get started.
Give me an intimidation. You don't have bless, but okay. Ask your question.
I just unchecked it because I realized. We'd like to know about this queen you speak of, your dragon army leader. Tell me about him.
And I'll interpret back and forth.
He's actually speaking common.
Well, never mind, then I won't.
However, leader. Do you mean who we serve? Do you mean the general? Do you mean the High Master?
I'm pretty sure I was very clear. You just spoke of a queen. That is who I asked of. Tell me of this queen you speak of.
You do not know of Takesis?
If I knew, I wouldn't be asking. I'm gonna smack him in the face with my How to Hunt Bears book.
Okay. Is there anything else you want to say before you do your attack roll?
Like what?
Like non-lethal damage?
Oh yeah, it's a book. I'm just smacking him gently. Not gently. Like
You-
hit it like
nobody
hitting a guy
smacks
with a phone book.
Yeah, nobody smacks somebody gently with a book.
Yes, non-lethal.
Okay. You crack him in the side of the head, and he kind of, his eyes kind of almost roll around a little bit, like he's getting dizzy. How do you not know of Takesis, the mighty god, the queen of dragons?
So tell me, what is she doing? What are the movements of her troops, and how many does she have?
How am I gonna put this? I don't know how many she has. As for movements, there are many battalions. They all move differently.
What is your end goal?
To bring back the reign of the Dragon Queen. Watch the earth scorched and melted and frozen from her breath. To bring ruin to the peoples of these lands.
That does not sound good at all. Why would you want something like that?
I want only what the Dragon Queen wants.
Tell me of your platoon you're in. You said there's different pockets of soldiers. What is your mission?
We were simply to cut off supply lines.
To where?
Wherever that road goes. Palaman, for one.
I'm about to go berserk on you. Give me more information. Can I use Tasha's hideous laughter with that?
If you'd like to, sure.
Never mind. It doesn't. No. What is that? Sorry, go ahead. Were you about to say something?
I was just gonna say I'll raise my hand to try to get your attention, like I want to ask a question from behind him.
Bear with me a moment. I
Oh,
walk over to you.
psychic damage.
Oh no, like I want to ask the prisoner something, not you.
Oh, well, I step back.
What creatures does your army have?
All creatures. Many, many different kinds.
List some.
Humans, elves, dwarves, kender, hobgoblins, goblins, and of course, my kind. The true heirs to the Dragon Queen.
What do you call your kind?
We are the Draconians.
How far have you scaly bastards spread so far?
Far enough.
I
now.
want exact. I want real distances. Stop avoiding the questions. This will end very bad for you otherwise. You can have a quick death, or we can drag this out. I do like some fried lizard.
You mean intimidation?
Oh, sorry, I didn't uncheck the right plus.
He smiles, but his mouth remains closed.
Where are you getting your recruits?
His mouth remains closed.
It hasn't been 10 minutes, has it?
No, it has not, but you can also take a look at that spell in chat, if you'd like. Near the bottom.
Zone of Truth?
Yep.
It doesn't compel a response, I think, is what he's getting at.
Is he not speaking?
He is not speaking.
Are they fireproof?
Do I notice that?
You went back upstairs, did you not?
So I'm like hanging out in the hatch. Like I'm upstairs in case he tries to pull something. I don't want to be down there. I just want to be able to blast him from up here. So I'm generally listening.
Are these guys fireproof?
I don't think you guys have used fire against him as of yet, so you wouldn't know.
I'm gonna stick my head down in, annoyed, and just tell him to speak with command.
And I'm going to shake him and ask him what does he know about the Army's recruitment efforts.
He's going to say... How is he going to respond to that? I do not wish to speak. Actually, sorry, he needs to make a wisdom save first. My bad. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, he doesn't say a word.
Has Bane worn off?
Bane never affected him.
I hit him with the book again in the back of the head, non-lethal.
He falls unconscious.
I make him conscious with Spare the Dying.
No, spare the dying is if you're dying. He's not dying. He's just, you hit him with a book in the back of the head. He fell unconscious.
Can I tell that he's unconscious or faking it?
Give me a medicine. You're not sure.
I splash oil on his face to try and wake him up.
Oil? All right.
Yeah, I have a flask of oil. I'm gonna splash it on his face like water.
How many more of those you got left?
I have 3, so now I have 2.
All right. Yeah, you throw some oil on his face, and he kind of sputters, and he opens his eyes, although they're not open wide. He's kind of like, his head's kind of lolling back and forth. What is wrong?
Wake up!
Are you upset your magic is having very little effect? You are all weak.
We were told to get this information by any means. So, you can either cooperate, or I can start eating limbs.
Give me an intimidation.
God damn it.
He laughs.
As he laughs, I smack inside of his mouth with a raw fish.
Can I take out one of... Oh, go ahead.
As you go to smack him with this fish, he turns his head and just takes a huge chunk out of it, bites the sucker in half, swallows it. I was quite hungry.
You want fish, eh? I'm gonna take a couple fish and start jamming them into his throat and choke him a bit. Not kill him, and pull him out as he starts to choke.
Okay. You pry his mouth open, you start shoving fish down, and he begins to choke.
I pull it out as soon as he starts to really choke. I pull the fish back out of his throat.
Give me a... I'm going to say this one is a dexterity, or maybe a sleight of hand.
They're both the same.
Yeah, you pull it out. Though, upon inspection of the fish, you realize that much of the fish is missing. Though, he doesn't seem to be choking anymore. He does cough and sputter, and bits of raw fish fly out of his mouth.
I'm going to hold up a hand to Bjorn.
I step.
I'd like to take out one of the caltrops.
Okay.
I'm going to hold the caltrop pointy side towards one of his eyes.
Oh, okay.
And hold the back of his head with my other hand.
Sounded like a car engine or a washing machine.
It's a... Hold on.
He's using his vibrator.
Go big or go home.
Hold on. I need to tell somebody to stop using a saw in the front yard.
All right, well, give me a second. I'm gonna make another coffee. It's right next to me, so yeah.
What fucking time is it there?
Setting up that Halloween display.
Well, it's 9:30 at night here. It's the same time there. Who the fuck uses a saw outside at 9:30 at night?
It's 6:30. He's working on a fence.
Oh, you guys are behind us. When I look at the other people that are in the cellar with me, what expressions towards my actions can I read on your guys' faces?
My face probably looks frustrated and impatient, but it's more with him, not you.
Yeah, and I'm just mad at this thing.
But nobody looks
I do not like
horrified
this
at my
thing.
actions.
No,
I
I do not like this thing one bit.
I look kind of disappointed and judgy. I'm gonna go stand and watch because, yeah. But by all means, carry on out of character.
So
How far? Sorry, go ahead.
caltrop to his eye.
Yeah, you stabbing it in?
I'm holding it there, and I'm saying, tell me what you know about the Dragon Army recruitment efforts.
You still have bardic inspiration too.
Intimidation.
I'm gonna cast guidance on him as well. Can you stack guidance with bardic inspiration?
Yeah.
So how do I do this? Because I'm going to burn the bardic inspiration on the intimidation.
So you don't have to burn it until you fail. So do the intimidation, and if you feel like it's going to be a failure, then you can add 1d4.
I'll add a d4.
To an 18, goddamn. Or you could save the inspiration and use the guidance that I gave you as well.
So it'd be a dirty 21.
Okay. All right. Mostly out east. They've been recruiting mostly out east. So the farther in we get, and the more land we take over, the more are either conscripted or sign up willingly.
I just kind of shout down into the hole to Padraig to ask him about Kerr specifically, and out like just player to player about the information that we had from Calaman that it's not a warlock gathering forces in Kerr, but definitely someone. So trying to verify if this is them.
Does Padraig know who Kerr is?
Kerr, the location, I think, if I have it right. So it should probably be general information. Khur.
I'll ask him what he knows about Kerr. And lightly touch the caltrop to his eye.
And Kerr was, that's where the mercenaries were heading, right?
The ones we met on the road and let pass that had the guy that was afraid of everything with him?
Yeah.
The people with the bard?
Is that that what you're talking about?
So what I'm specifically talking about is the war rumor that I had. I had asked the Calaman Council, excuse me, about it. The war rumor that I have is that there's the nation of Kerr is united under a powerful warlock who seeks to conquer the world. When I brought that up with the council, they said that that's not correct. It's not a warlock, but Kerr is united under some mysterious force. And that was from the Calaman Council.
Right. I remember now. He says it might be one of our main recruitment hubs.
Now that you're being cooperative, we can talk about how cooperative you plan on being. Because, if you give us everything, maybe we let you out of here to tell the tale. But we want everything.
Are you standing in the zone of truth when you say that?
Yeah.
And are you telling the truth?
I can believe that would be true to me.
But you had already mentioned earlier that you were probably not letting them live.
Yeah, I was intimidating him. I ain't letting them leave in one piece, that's for sure. But
cool.
I
Zone of Truth. What was the save? I believe it was Charisma, right?
Charisma.
I'm not lying. I'm definitely open to letting him leave. Just not in one piece. He can go tell the tale, but he's going to be limping out of here with one leg.
Dark. Not a lie, though.
Make me the save anyways.
What
Just
is
for-
it? Charisma?
Yep.
I kind of like the idea of sending one back wounded to be like, this is going to be all you. We're going to kill you all.
Okay. Now make me a persuasion.
Can I cast guidance on myself?
Yeah. Well, maybe ask better questions, and I'll see what I can tell you.
How far have you spread? What towns have fallen to your knowledge?
Furthest
And
east.
where's next?
Furthest east we've gone is Vogler, to my knowledge.
I'm gonna quickly run upstairs
Sorry,
and bring
Wes.
down ask for the map and bring it down and put it in front of him and grab him to lean him forward and be like, point your eyes at the starting point of where your forces have started.
I'll pull the caltrop away when he does this so his eye doesn't go into the caltrop.
And where I think he's
he's Do these guys have ears?
Lizards have ears, they're just like holes in their head.
Yeah, which is not an ear, it's an ear canal. They're different. No. I don't believe he does.
So there's no like visible ear hole for me to.
I mean, there's probably a small ear hole, yes, but as for like an actual ear, no.
Okay, I'll move the caltrop to the ear hole from the eye hole.
All right.
Where I think his eyes are looking, I will be moving his head so his nose touches that spot and be like, this is the spot you're looking at.
He is showing pretty much the western side of the Blood Sea.
Can you mark that?
Right here.
But can you mark it so we can look at it later?
Hold on. Hey, Zequas, what's good? God damn it.
Do one of you have ink?
I should have ink. Hold on.
I have something that I've been using to mark one of the maps I have.
I have an ink pen.
Mark that spot for us, please.
I'm also interested in where they're going to be attacking. Outside of just movement, just like known areas that he knows is a mark that we need to get warnings out to.
You heard the man. You showed us what they've taken. Now, show us which direction they're moving.
Crap. So yeah, that is Kerr.
Yeah, and Calaman is surrounded on two sides.
I want you to mark each battalion that you know of, the last location you knew. Who knows if you? This is good information. If you give us enough, maybe I not only let you leave, but I let you leave with both legs. And Bjorn that does believe that to be true.
Oh, for fuck's sake, this piece of shit.
It's I have his face like up against the map. I'm like, use your tongue to direct where the lines should be drawn.
I'm working on it.
That's such a weird request.
Well, I don't want to unbind him, and I can't really,
I know.
take
It's
eye movement as
fantastic.
a
It's just,
direction.
I have it in my head.
He does speak common and apparently can read a map in common. He might be able to say place names.
This seems more fun and intimidating.
This is the gist of it at the moment.
And is there any circles where he knows of battalions stationed, or like outposts or roadblocks they've set up?
He says, we take our orders, we leave.
Well, your battalion's roadblocks. Fucking mark them. Do you take me for a fool?
That's just all I know. That's just it. That's all.
You know the movement. Don't tell me you don't know where there's your roadblocks when you're the one who set them up. You have to know at least a few.
I am not a fucking general.
Who is the general of the Eastern War effort?
Now you're asking the right question. Consaldi Fire Eyes.
Can you type that?
Oh yeah, they're interrogating hard.
And they're second in command?
Sorry, that is technically the second in command. That is the army leader. However, he's going to say, what's his name? I lost his name. Fuck. Lord Soth is the head of all the Dragon Army. Her second in command is Consaldi Fire Eyes.
And the third?
After that, it goes to generals. Most of us don't know their names. Myself included.
Who is the strongest spellcaster under Lord Soth.
Consaldi. I will tell you no more about her, for she would do far worse to me than you could ever imagine.
There were 3 people on the bridge when we left Vogler, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm trying to figure out who they are, but I can't think of how to ask it.
Sorry, what are you trying to figure out how to ask?
The 3 people in the Dragon Army armor that like appeared and disappeared above Vogler or near Vogler when we were fleeing.
I'm going to look at you guys and be like, is this our last question?
Juniper said to ask the Dragon Army's leader, movements, creatures, abilities the army has, where they're finding people for their army, and their overall plan.
We're almost done here. Now, tell me, the ones who took what was the name of the place? Callum?
Kirk?
Vogler?
Vogler. The ones who took Vogler, the mysterious, shadowy ones. Don't try and tell me you don't know them. You don't have warriors like that in your army and not have legends and whispers about them. What do you know?
He smiles. Lord Soth is going to kill you all.
Will that be before or after I eat your legs? Talk.
At this point, Bronn, you feel a zone of truth fade.
I let everyone know.
He says, I will say no more.
Well, you heard him, boys. Let's take a vote. Do we let him live? Do we let him leave missing a few pieces? Or do we just kill him quick? Because he was helpful.
Can I see the room again?
Yeah.
So no one's within 15 feet.
Nope.
Well, I'm holding the back of his head.
I'm standing behind him.
I didn't move my person, but I was pushing his face into the map, remember?
Okay, I'm gonna pull him back away from you.
As
10
you
or
do that,
15
I
feet.
back away.
I love how he's like, I back away and then moves closer.
I'm gonna shove the caltrop into his ear hole.
He screeches. And
As he does that, I get as far to the corner as I can because I know it's him.
the it digs in deep and blood starts to leak, and then it starts almost spurting out as he screams.
Does he go limp at all, or?
Yep, he does. And as he does not explode. However, he turns to stone, and a gas seems to leak out from underneath his scales. Padraig, I need a Constitution saving throw, please.
What was on me besides Bardic Inspiration that I burned?
Is guidance still up? Is it 10 minutes or is it a minute?
The minute.
So, but you Bardic Inspiration and Guidance are the same 1d4. So I hope you used Guidance and
He
not
did not.
Bardic.
He said Bardic Inspiration.
Can I quickly cast it Guidance on him again?
Nope, because it's
As,
not a
as
reaction.
I see it turning to stone.
Nope, because that costs a reaction, and Bardic Inspiration is not a reaction.
Has it been more than a minute since?
Oh yes.
And what's the mechanic for using inspiration?
It is a nat 20.
Did I use before or after I roll?
After.
Yeah, don't use that shit.
As he begins to turn to stone and the gas is released, you breathe some in and you feel your muscles begin to stiffen. However, it quickly passes. And the creature solidifies into almost a statue.
-1 caltrop to my inventory.
Indeed.
Is he still standing upright and like not look woozy or like he's gonna fall down?
What did I just say? He turned to stone, bro.
No, I mean him. Like
Oh, Padraig?
Yeah.
No, he's fine.
Okay.
I'm gonna like visibly shake off what I just breathed in and say, "That's a new one."
I'm gonna walk up and break off one of his fingers to put it in my bag.
I'm gonna say that I don't think we want to be near the ones that turn to stone or the ones that explode.
Yeah, before I do that though, do I still visibly see the gas or did it like dissipate?
It dissipates. It vanishes.
Yeah, so I walk up and try and snap off one of his stone fingers and put it into my bag.
Sure. You snap off of Stonefinger and you put it into your bag.
Where did it seep out of? Like his entire body or
Yep.
just the hole I made?
Full body.
So is the rope stone now too, or is there rope around a stone statue?
I believe you have to breathe it in, and rope doesn't breathe, so I'm gonna say it's probably just around a stone creature.
I'm gonna say that whoever used their rope might want to get it back now.
Good call. That's my rope.
When he takes his rope, I'm gonna take the chains if I can and put them in my bag.
Sure, you get 30 feet of 1-inch links, 4 millimeters thick.
And all that took probably what, 10 or 15 minutes?
I'd say it probably only took about a minute. However,
No, I mean from the beginning of the interrogation to the end.
yeah, probably about that, yeah.
Did somebody write all that down?
I took notes.
As you guys are just about finished getting the rope and the chains off of this creature, the body crumbles to dust.
So did the finger in my bag as well?
You won't know that until you go to pull it out.
When I see that, I pull it out.
You pull out a handful of dust.
I put that dust into another little pouch and then put it back in.
Okay.
We should get a move on.
Strange creatures.
Little question here though. Bjorn, what's your alignment?
Chaotic good.
Okay. Padraig.
Chaotic good.
Okay. I need you both to mark something down in your bio sections, please. That you have one event of evil acts.
Evil acts?
Yes, evil acts.
Oh, evil acts. I thought you said ethel acts.
Do I have 2?
We
You
did the
made up for your
ceremony
other
for the
one,
other
though,
one.
didn't you?
Yeah.
Right. I'm not sure if this is like cumulative or because I didn't do this earlier with the murder.
But didn't your alignment change and then you atoned
Yeah.
for it and it changed back?
Yeah, I don't understand this mechanically.
So
We didn't murder anyone good. That's the difference. We just did some bad shit to a bad person.
yeah, but the more evil acts you do, it will change your alignment. I shouldn't have changed your alignment straight off the hop like that for one evil act.
Well, it would kind of make sense because he murdered a fucking teenager that really didn't do anything wrong except for being a punk. Whereas this, we tortured a fucking soldier. So very
But the thing
different.
is that sometimes good people do evil shit. However, if they continue to do evil shit, they're no longer good people.
So no matter how evil the action, it would just count as an evil act then? Because
Yes.
like killing a teenager seems like a way more evil act than torturing an enemy soldier. You see my point?
The Aris deserved it.
So the way I'm looking at it is, yes, he's an enemy soldier, but torture, doesn't matter which way you look at it, it's not good.
So torturing an enemy soldier would be worth the same amount of evil acts as murdering an innocent?
I wouldn't say he was innocent, and also Padraig did not realize exactly how that would work. He didn't mean to actually do that much damage. He thought that, like, he even said it in character that he thought it would just make him sick, not kill him. So that was
Yeah,
an accident.
I did canonically forget that the every orifice was blood. I thought it was going to be like piss, shit, vomit.
You also didn't expect him to drink the whole bottle?
Nah, he's greedy.
No, he was just trying to keep up with you because he didn't want to look like a bitch.
Well, that happened. We're burning daylight. Should we maybe consider getting a move on while it still have time to get there?
How far from here is the next spot? I know it's out of the far gap range.
You said 20 miles, right?
No, you are 20 miles from Kalaman right now. Where it is, give me a moment.
I took a screen grab of the annotations to the map in case that needs to be removed.
So you're gonna have to cross the river, and then it's I believe they said 6 miles northeast of Vogler. So like you're looking at like probably up in here, about the end of this tip of the side tip of the arrow.
Can you drop a different color, just a dot there?
Oh fuck, it just disappeared on me. Oh my god, what the fuck is going on?
Is it the DM layer thing?
No, it's not. I don't know why it's doing that, but there. It's a big fat circle now, right about there. Right now, you guys are. Hold on a sec. Let me take a reread of this.
Guys, looking at the info they gave us on this map, we may consider dropping this info off on the way, considering the border of their push and the arrow he drew goes right through Calaman, and they're not far.
Okay,
Good
so
point.
Or a call.
it is. I just had it where I lost it now. North of the Vingaard River, 20 miles northwest of Calaman, and 6 miles east of Vogler. And you guys are probably right about here, maybe, in between the words Calaman and Eastwild.
That's right in the hornet's nest. Have to be really careful.
Yeah, I think we should stop in Calaman for a proper night's rest and resupply and download this information to them in person.
Juniper was very clear it had to be done today. Even if we stop in, I don't know if we can get a night's rest from there.
You didn't say it had to be done today.
I thought she said it was more important to go there than to bring anybody back or come back. It was time
She
sensitive.
did, but that was my fault. I took a look at the map and I was wrong on the location. I thought it was like fucking over here, and it's not. It's further west. So Calaman is kind of on the way, and looking at the map, you would realize that it would be easier to cross around the Calaman area than it would be where you guys are. It's probably about 2-3 times as wide where you guys are, the Vingaard River, than Calaman to the other shore.
Maybe we can get one of those fancy Bacar's boats to get across the river in.
All right, to Calaman, and then get a boat and cross the river.
Yeah, it's a good call. We're gonna want to go into that area fresh.
All right, so you guys are heading back then?
Yes, I believe so.
All right, so you guys got a most of a day's travel ahead of you, 18 miles. So that's probably about 10 hours or so. And as this interrogation took place around 11 o'clock, maybe 11:30, let's say that with no distractions, you could probably arrive in Calaman probably near midnight. But let's why don't we do some random encounters on the way.
I will be keeping an eye on the sun, so that if we're not in the middle of a random encounter when dusk hits, I can do the Fargab.
Very well. So you guys set out on the road.
Oh, we also grabbed the rations.
Yep.
Okay. I don't know if anybody added it to their inventory.
I did, but I can't find how many I did. I feel like it ended up being 65 rations each.
It was 100 at the farm.
Oh, was it 100 at the farm?
Yeah, and then 12 each if we divvied up what was at the bandit camp. So we should each have 32 rations from this expedition.
As well as a shit ton of gold. And platinum. And gems.
Yeah. Oh, I found the previous thing about the gems. It was the chest at the farm had 500 gold and 4 gems. I don't remember who put them in their inventory. I just got my share of the gold and one of the suits of black chainmail.
We split the gold and... Oh, yeah.
Okay.
And if you want to split them up, we can. That's totally cool.
Well, the plan was to have you carry them, and then once
Sell
we
'em
got
and
back
split
to
it.
town, we were going to decide whether we would sell them or if we would keep them for spells.
Oh, so you guys didn't divvy them up then?
Not the first round of gems, the second round of gems we did. That's why I was
Okay.
iffy about taking the gems and not just giving them to the person that had them all. We gave them to the strongest person.
Okay. Well, you guys begin on the road back to Calaman. I would like Bedvyr. Give me a D100. Coming down the road, in front of you, you do notice what looks to be a coach wagon with a rather gritty looking driver. As he approaches, when in his horse drawn cart, he begins to slow down. Ah, good day. You look like some party adventurers. Tell me, do you have any need of armor or weapons?
One often does have need for these sorts of things. Does he look trustworthy?
Or does he smell suspicious?
Bitch,
What's he
what?
smell like?
Like, is he dirty? Like, is he covered in
I'm
dirt?
I know what you
I'm a
meant. I'm talking
fucking
about
bear.
him.
I'm a fucking bear, bro.
Jeez, you're a bear, not a dog, man. Like, you
Yeah,
can't-
and just bears, just because I'm awake and like I can still smell. What's this guy smell like?
like a smithy shop.
I'm gonna
The
nudge
brown
him back.
bears.
Sorry.
And Bronn.
I was just going to say a brown bear's sense of smell is stronger than a bloodhound's.
Yeah, not in D&D.
Well, yeah,
he's
we
got
don't
very
have to use it
specific
from-
things, right?
Yeah, we don't have to use it for mechanics of like tracking and shit, but like for like my perception, like what's this motherfucker smell like? You don't have to be like he smells suspicious.
You literally asked if he smelled suspicious. Like,
Yeah.
yeah. Anyways, Bronn, I mean, what does trustworthiness look like to you?
It was more like, is this guy, like, he has like a legit cart coming through. It doesn't look like he's essentially going to rob us or try to kill me. So like he has good looking things, I guess. Or if you say he smells like a blacksmith, if he like has like a cart full of blacksmith stuff, it's just like obvious that this guy's a blacksmith.
Well,
When I notice you looking suspicious, I nudge you and be like, he smells like a merchant.
you notice that the cart he's hauling, it does seem to be enclosed, almost like a carriage, but there seems to be almost a shutter over the side of part of his cart. Much like you would
Yeah.
see like traveling merchants, you know, they park outside a city, they open the shutters, and they stand there and wait for people to, you know, purchase wares.
Like a taco truck for gear.
Yeah.
Has he actually
gesture.
noticed me being a bear?
He doesn't seem shocked.
I gesture to the group and say, I'm interested in taking a peek. Definitely. Let's see what you have. I'm looking specifically for potentially a new mace.
I'm gonna take a step back as to like and kind of prepare myself in case anything shady happens. while they go up.
Oh, Gondar just came online.
Was this merchant guy headed towards or away from Calaman?
Away.
I'm going to ask him how business was in Calaman.
Oh, it was pretty well. Yeah, I got some good items sold. I'll be honest, the Calaman did take a lot of my inventory, but I still have a few things. What are you all looking for? Maybe I got something for you.
I'm looking for a mace that's better than a +1.
Mace that's better than a +1, huh?
Yeah, I got my Calaman +1 mace, which is pretty sick. So I don't know if I want to get another one or not.
And do you sell instruments before I walk up?
Depends what you're looking for in instruments. As for maces, I mean, I've got some pretty decent ones. He takes a look at your hip and he's like, I'm not sure if they're going to be better than what you got, though. That's a pretty looking mace.
It is. And I kind of look at it for a second. But I take a look at through what they have. Do we notice any dragon army stuff in here?
Give an investigation. Padraig, gnome, probably about I'm gonna say 50. Male. Bronn, you do not notice any dragon army stuff as he opens the shutters after getting into the back of his carriage.
Good.
Hi guys,
Hey man, you see me?
Welcome.
I'm very
Yep.
sorry. I had a few drinks and my alarm didn't go off. They went off.
No worries, bro. No worries. Right now we are so just to catch you up, they interrogated the one you guys knocked out. They got some information. You guys are headed back to Calaman. We're doing some random encounters on the way.
We got a shit ton of money. Did you add the money to his thing?
I
Blair?
did, and his share of the gems as well.
We got a shit ton of money. How much is one platinum worth, you said?
10
I
gold.
just can't keep. We got like 6K in gold
Whoa.
each.
What? No.
What do you mean? Fucking. Oh, maybe I was just looking. Oh, that was total. Yeah, sorry.
So yeah, right now you guys are headed back to Calaman, and you guys have come upon a traveling merchant for armor and weapons and such.
Okay.
So we've got Bronn, he does say that he does have some maces, but it looks like yours might be of equal or greater strength.
Yeah, I'm going to let him know that I'm going to keep my mace, and I'm just going to look for something else that catches my eye.
What are you looking for?
I lied to him. I'm looking for nothing. I wanted the mace.
Okay.
I'm just looking around if there's anything.
Can I play the noble guard on him?
I take it that's your background feature. Let me see it.
Yeah. Like link it?
Yep.
I'm gonna like show him my signet ring and tell him or ask him what are the 3 best things you have that you weren't able to sell in Calaman, and don't worry, I'm not trying to get them for free or take them away from you.
Oh, well, Very kind of you, sir. Let's see. I do have a few pieces of armor. They are, I mean, they're not masterworks by any means, but they're pretty decent. Looks like a few of your sets here, as he looks at the rest of the group. They're looking a little rough for wear. You know, something new and shiny might be up your alley. I do have some couple decent shields, and I do have a couple instruments as well, as this strange creature seems to want an instrument.
Anything magical?
Unfortunately, no. I really don't have the funds to do that. Pretty much most of my inventory, I mean, would be equal to about the cost of one magic item. So, unfortunately, it would take me a long time before I could work my way up to selling magical goods.
You got an accordion?
Oh, I hate you. Well, what's a D&D accordion called? I'm pretty sure there is one. I just can't remember what it's called.
I don't even know how to spell accordion.
Would it be bagpipes?
No, completely different.
Yeah, totally different. Let's see. I think they have. I'll be honest, I don't even know what an accordion is.
It's like
That's true,
a
Kenny.
squeezy thing with keys on it, and the wind when you squeeze it makes music.
Ah, I think I could whip something up. Give me a moment. And you hear him in there. You hear like almost the screech of something. And he comes back up and he's like, "You mean this?" And he literally holds a ball with what seems to be a key freshly glued to it. Is this what you mean?
Is that the accordion? I'm looking up the actual D&D.
It is literally a ball with a key glued to it. A squishy ball.
What do you take me for? I may be a bear, but I'm not an idiot.
Well, apparently I am. I don't know what the hell that is. Hey, Blitzed.
Do I recognize what it is?
Yeah, it's a ball with a fucking key glued onto it.
Like a dodgeball sized ball?
No, like a stress ball.
So it looks more like a paperweight than a musical instrument.
I wouldn't even call it a paperweight. It has literally no functionality.
What about a Zalkoon?
What?
Zalkoon.
Hey. Pump organ originated by the Zalcures if they use it passing their spells. Huh. Pump organ. Yeah, you know what? Oh, a Zalkoon. Ah, yeah, you know what? I got one of them.
How much?
20 gold. They're not exactly they're not exactly something you see very often.
Good sir, you've got a deal. That's a steal, and I'm gonna give him an extra 2 gold.
Sure. And I don't believe you have proficiency in this, right?
No.
Okay. So make sure you do not
Where
put
do
it
I
in your
add it?
proficiencies. In your
Do I
inventory.
just add it to my inventory?
Yep. Anything else I can help you gentlemen with?
I'd like to see the shields.
Sure.
Also, player to DM, what class archetype have we decided Juniper is moving towards? Is she like a fighter or a rogue type?
You are unaware of archetypes. That's DM knowledge.
I mean, like the armor and weapons I've seen her use, and when she fought in the barracks. Like, could I compare that to anything I've been familiar with? If I wanted to look for something for her, so I would have a vague idea of what type of thing she might use.
You've seen that she wears a breastplate, a dagger, a dagger, a short sword, a scimitar, and a longbow.
Okay. So I'm keeping an eye out for that if his inventory is visible while he shows me the shields.
Let's see. We do have a few here. Let me see. Something nice. Well, I do have this here. This is, again, nothing I have is masterwork, but it is quite good quality. He pulls out a shield, and you can see that it is... Excuse me. Dying. You see that this shield is, circular, and there is a face of a lion on it. And it seems that there is at least a coating of brass to it. This will give it a little extra oomph, when deflecting incoming attacks. I see yours is a little beat up. This might be right up your alley.
How much is the shield of the lion?
So, player knowledge, this is a +1 shield. Let me see. It's uncommon. 500 gold. It's about 500 gold, sir. No, uncommon
Who
is
else
useless.
uses shields here?
I think Bedvyr, and I believe Gondar's using a glaive.
I do.
I had to use a shield,
I
but
do.
I wouldn't spend 500 for one.
Would you take Ispin's shield if I bought this shield?
Sure.
If anyone
Okay.
ever out levels Ispin's shield, I could wear it as just like a piece of my clothes, as like back piece.
Ispin's shield is a +1 and might be better than what he has right now.
I just mean for when you guys out level it.
Yeah.
Keep him close.
So we have a deal? No, the +1 is good. Uncommon
No
is
one else has
not
purchased
what you're
anything yet,
talking
right?
about. Just you and Bjorn so
Did he-
far.
So he did buy the musical instrument,
Yes,
and he paid full price.
he did.
I got a steal. The internet says those are worth 95 gold.
Yeah, I'll pay full price. I'm gonna give him let's say, how do I do math? It's 500 gold.
It is.
So 20. What is it? 50 platinum then?
Yes.
I'll do that.
Very well. Ah, platinum. I don't see this very often. But it does weigh a little less than gold in the long run. Pleasure doing business with yous. Anything else you need?
Did I see anything while he was getting the shields out? Or also, didn't he mention there was another shield? Was this the best one?
That was the one that he picked out for you just because the way your armor looks and whatnot, you know, aesthetically. But there are a couple more, yes.
What do I add to my inventory?
Just go into the compendium, put shield, and look for +1, and look for shield +1, and just drag it into your inventory, and then uncheck the other one that you already had, or get rid of it, I guess, if you're handing it to Bedvyr.
Do you have any potions?
That would be under magical wares. And then Bedvyr, you can just add the +1 shield if Padraig's given you Ispin shield.
Got it.
Do you
'Cause
have
right now
any
your shield's
costumes?
normal, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you have any costumes for sale?
Costumes? No, not really.
No funky clothes or garments?
No clothes, armor, weapons, and just a couple instruments. That's about what I got. No, he doesn't have magical wares.
You got any fish?
Again, sir, I have armor, weapons, and a couple instruments.
Well, here you go then. And I slap a fish on the counter for him as I start to kind of slowly walk away, not leaving people behind, but just kind of like sauntering slowly.
He says, thanks, and he kind of picks up the fish between his thumb and his index finger, and he just lifts it off, looks at it, looks back at the rest of the group kind of strangely, and slowly turns and sets it down somewhere.
He passed the vibe check.
Well, anything else I can get any of yous?
Do you have anything else magical? Maybe a scroll of identify?
I'm sorry, sir, I have no magic items. Nothing magical. Just good old-fashioned elbow grease made equipments.
Insight on deception?
You can roll an insight, sure. Seems genuine.
Gondar, are you shopping?
No, I don't think I need anything at the moment.
Seems like town will have better items anyways. They'll actually have some magic, hopefully.
Yeah, there was some stuff at the Twin Smiths that we couldn't afford before.
And he looks over at Bedvyr. How about you, sir? You need anything?
Do you have plate armor?
Give me a moment. He begins rustling around a bit. And he brings what looks like the top half of a set of plate armor. He says, "This is all I got. It's half plate."
Thank you, sir. I was looking for a full set, though. But I appreciate your efforts.
Well, it was a pleasure doing business with you. Hey, since you're coming from that way, is there anything I should be on the lookout for?
Is he headed towards the army pushing forward, or he's headed away from it?
He was headed towards you guys, and you guys are headed to Kalaman, so...
Yeah, but we're headed north, right?
No, you
To
guys are
Kalaman?
headed west. To Kalaman.
We'll tell him to stay clear of that homestead. There's only death and despair there.
Ah, I see.
Sorry, and I want to warn him. You'd be best to.
You sauntered
Move
off,
his-
my dude.
Oh, yeah, but I'm still close by.
You sauntered off. You said you were walking away.
All right.
I'm going to suggest to him that if he's looking for business opportunities and he doesn't want to deal with an invading army, that he head either west or south.
Ah, so the rumors of a army to the east are true? I just took them for rumors.
The rumors are true. We were sent on a patrol. We dealt with some bandits, but there's no telling if we got them all. And I don't think the armies east of us are going to pay him for his wares.
I see. Very well. Maybe I'll turn back, go to Kalaman, and then maybe head west from there.
It's getting late, right?
No, this is like you guys are only a couple hours into your traveling, so like you still got most of the day to go.
Shall we move along, guys? We got lots of road to cover.
Does he have like a horse with a cart, or is he pulling it by hand?
Horse. No, there's way too much stuff in there for him to be able to pull a whole ass like carriage by himself. He's in fact got 2 horses.
Would his traveling speed be faster or slower than us?
Roughly, I'm gonna say it's probably pretty close, but he would be slightly faster.
Because it'd be awkward if we like part ways. and
Yes, we
then
have more
end up
encounter stuff
going the
coming.
same direction together.
Yeah, no, he's probably gonna gain like 10 feet per round, basically on you. But he'd still arrive in Kalaman like probably a couple hours before you do.
All right, I'll tell him travel safe.
Ah, very well. Thank you for your business. And as you guys pass, you can definitely see him trying to get his horse and cart turned around. And before long, he passes you. But a couple hours later, who rolled that last one? It was Bedvyr, wasn't it?
It was me.
All right, let's go with Bronn. Give me a D hundo. $59.
Is higher or lower better in this situation?
It's always hard to know.
It is, especially since these are all separated into groups, so it all depends. Bronn, you notice as you guys are walking that off to the side of the road there seems to be what looks like it was probably a shrine at one point. The small statue has been destroyed.
I tell the rest of the party that I notice the shrine, and I say I want to just take a quick moment to investigate it. And I approach the shrine. I would like to just take a look and see if I recognize the symbol or if there's anything sitting around.
Give me a religion. You you do recognize this. You believe this to be once it was a shrine to Paladine. On the ground around it seems to be what looks like there was once a pedestal with a small, almost like an offering plate. And spread around the ground seems to be a few gold pieces, silver pieces, and copper pieces.
Yeah, I'm gonna put a big spanking platinum down on that thing. And are there any torches or any place to light on fire, like a blazer?
No, there's not.
Yeah, I'm just gonna take a single platinum and put it on the offering area, if there's somewhere specific. Otherwise, kind of right in the center of the shrine, and walk away.
Okay. Anybody else doing anything?
Well, I didn't say I was going with him, but I'll recon it. I'll stop, make a prayer to Paladine.
I don't understand, but like I'm just taking the lead, like taking the follow from them, and I just kind of do the same thing as them because I don't really know what's going on, but it seems important.
I'll just watch.
And did you say there was a candle or torch or something? Because if there's not, then I put down my own candle and light it.
There's not.
So I put down a candle and light it, and then I'll look to them and offer. Would you also like a candle?
I would love a candle.
So
What's your
give him-
deity again, Bronn?
Syrian. And that actually reminded me that I have my own candle, so I could use my own if you don't want to use yours.
Yeah, I only have 5. If you have one, send
Yeah,
it.
yeah. I take lead from Bjorn, and I do light my own candle as well because I like fire.
Not knowing like social cues, I also use the candle to quickly light my pipe as I walk away.
Bedvyr,
I
give
Yes?
me a religion, please. Paladine is your deity, right?
Correct.
It was 1 platinum you left, right?
Yep.
Bedvyr, you feel a deep connection with Paladine in this moment. You gain a boon for 1 week.
Oh, cool.
This boon, make sure you keep track of how many days you have it. Today will be your first day.
Okay.
There you go.
Thanks.
All right.
Bronn says a little prayer to Syrian
Of
before
love.
he leaves.
Zequas,
And Paladin.
I might have forgot to reactivate them.
Paladine.
Sorry, say again?
Bronn just kind of like says a little prayer to his own god, and also does prayer to Paladine as well. Just for, he's looking for as much help as he can get. And leaves.
You do feel a connection with your deity, but you don't really gain anything from it, as this was not your god's shrine.
Yep. Yep.
So you guys finish up here, and you continue on. Let's see. Let's do Bjorn next. Hundo.
Give me 1 second. Did the text I wrote go to just Jubler, or did it go to everybody?
Everybody.
I clicked 2GM.
Yeah, but that doesn't work for things you type. That's just rolls.
Oh, well, you can all read it, but you don't know that.
All right. As you guys head deeper in, further down the trail, been a couple more hours, and Padraig, Bjorn. You notice something in the dirt crossing the path. Seems to be some sort of tracks.
Is that where you're stopping? You can speak.
Yeah, what do you want to do about it?
I'm gonna walk up and kind of sniff them and look around and be like, guys, there's tracks here. Do I know like what kind of tracks they are? Are they people's feet or animal? Or like goblin or something?
Nature or survival, your choice. You know it's an
Oof.
animal.
I called them over. Guys, do you know what kind of tracks these are?
Can I
And
look
we
at the
all-
tracks?
Nope.
Sure. Padraig, survival or nature, your choice.
I'll help him.
Sure. Give me another roll, Padraig.
These look familiar.
You are aware that these are what looks like a small pack of wolves. Judging by how they are rather, they're not deep, and you feel like they're probably at least a few hours old. There are plenty of tracks crossing this trail going south.
Is this the trail we have to follow?
No, it is crossing the trail. You guys are going west. These tracks are going south.
I don't know about you, but I don't see any reason to follow these wolves. We got plenty of money for food.
I'll tell the guys that the tracks look kind of old and they're not draconian, they're wolf. And they're headed away from Calaman.
Unless you guys want to try and get a pet, I say we just continue on.
Yeah, I think we have time-sensitive information.
Yes, I have no need for pets.
I already gave good boy to Juniper.
Out of character, I am very good at taming animals that Blair doesn't want me to have.
It's
I'd
not
like
that I
5
don't want you to
weapons,
have it.
please.
It's you're a little low level. You guys are already kind of OP for your level. That's all.
You always try and take my wolves away from me when I tame them.
No, the last time you tamed one in another game, it fucking died because you had to do something stupid.
I've had a wolf in every game that we've had. I've tamed a wolf. In that game that we played at my house, where we only got to level 2, I stole the wolves from the goblins, and you were so mad.
I was not, anyways. Oh my God. So carrying on.
So do we want pets, or are we continuing on?
I start walking towards Calaman.
I'll follow.
Me too.
Nobody wants you to have dogs.
So
I'm practicing my Zulkus while we walk. Zulkun.
give me a. Let's see. I guess that's going to be a flat charisma roll.
Is this towards my proficiency?
Yeah.
Can I do 2? Because I've been playing since we left, I told you.
Sure.
Oh, I did the wrong thing. Do you need me to do a second one because I did a save?
Let's see, what is your...
It's a 5 for straight charisma or 6 for charisma save, it shows.
All right, so okay, so at disadvantage you get 1 success.
But did I have disadvantage?
Because that's how we do learning proficiencies. You have disadvantage up until a certain point, and then it's a straight roll, but the DC goes up, and then the third level is an even higher DC, but you have advantage.
So I rolled twice more then, because you said I could do 2?
Yes. Nope.
Oof.
1 success.
I'm going to use a inspiration point.
Do you have any of those left?
I've got 2.
How do you have 2? You used 1 last session.
I used one and you gave us one at the end. I didn't use it last session. I used it the session before for busking, and then you gave us another one at the end.
Okay. Sure. So that's 2 successes then. Sorry, no, a nat 20 is 2 successes on its own, so you have 3. Alright, you guys continue on. Let's see. Padraig. D Hundo. You see an old man sitting on a stump at the side of the road. He seems to be whittling a stick with a small pocket knife. As you all approach, he says, "Ah, hello! You have time for a riddle?"
Sure.
Always.
Now, you may discuss the answer among yourself, but only one may give a single answer. The riddle is, my rivers are dry, my forests have no trees, my towns are flat and empty, and my roads cannot be walked on. What am I?
What was the last phrase after my towns are flat and empty?
Put it in chat.
Don't count it as an answer until we fully say and agree it's an answer. Do you guys think it's a desert?
You can walk in a desert.
I think, guys, it's a map.
Right.
That's actually really good.
Yep.
I think you're right. You're right.
Oh, yeah.
I would say so.
Do you want to say it?
Are you all okay with that?
Yep.
Okay. I turn to him and say, I think it's a map.
Ah, a map. You think that's the answer, do you? Are you sure?
Yes?
Well done. And the man disappears. However, as he disappears,
What do you mean disappears?
disappears, like poof, gone.
Whoa.
But on the stump where he was sitting, there's a small folded parchment.
You're the smart one. Grab
Okay.
it. What did you get?
I take it and open it.
It seems to be a map
Figures.
As you look at this map, you realize that this map is... What maps do you guys have right now? I know you got a couple from the Map Maker Guild.
We have a city map of Calaman, and we have a surrounding areas of Calaman. I think it either goes, I think it's about 20 miles around.
Right. Which means that when you guys were getting him to give you the locations of shit, you would not have 90% of what I gave you.
No, we had the map of the whole continent as well. The 20-kilometer map is just more detailed, right?
Yeah, those are the two maps I got from the Cartographers Guild. I honestly don't know what map Bjorn was talking about when he said he went upstairs to get the map.
I asked who had the map, and you said it.
Yeah,
Yes, I
the
went
map
up to
was
get-
only wasn't that big. So he would have told you. I'll say he would
Can
have
we-
still told you like general locations of the area that they kind of have or are moving towards, but you wouldn't actually.
Can we
be
just
able
say
to-
that the army gave us a map of the country?
No, because listen to what I'm saying. Just let me finish, please. So, with what he told you, you guys would be able to now mark this location on this map, as this map is a map of the continent. So, judging by what he told you, so instead of him pointing it out, I'm going to say he told you what he knew. And so that way you still have the information, but now you actually have a map showing it. If you wish to, mark the map as to what they have currently. But it does give you a map of the entire continent.
Okay.
Score.
That was all.
Who wants to hold this map? Gondar?
Okay, I'll take it.
Okay.
Is dusk approaching yet?
It actually is, yes.
I'm going to ask if, do you guys think this is a safe place to do our evening check-in?
Well, you got
Good
this
as any.
fancy new map. How far away are we?
I mean, we never left the surrounding area map.
So right now you guys are probably about 3 to 4 hours from Calaman.
And what time is it we would estimate?
Probably about 8 o'clock.
I don't know, guys. We're pretty close. I feel like we should just push on and sleep in safety tonight.
I'm not saying to set up camp. I'm saying to use the far gab to check in like we agreed we would. Otherwise, she might send people out after us and we're fine and there's no need for that.
Is the far gab like a backpack?
It's a mechanical item that is in my backpack.
It basically is a backpack. It's big.
I'll just
Oh.
say, hey, just put it on my back and you can call her and while we walk, and I'll just hold it up for you while you talk to her.
I set the far gab on the tree stump. And I hit the transmit button and say, good evening.
Progress?
We're a few hours outside Calaman. We finished the interrogation. It'll just be the 5 of us coming back.
I see. But you got the information.
We got some kind of an answer for every question you had.
Very well.
some more detailed than others. And after I let go of the transmit key, I'm going to look to the guys in case they have anything they want to say.
Nothing for me.
Nope.
I hope you're doing well. We miss you.
Nothing for me.
Okay, that's weird. But
She
yeah.
didn't hear that.
Wait, I thought you were holding the button down so they could say something.
No, I let go of transmit
okay.
after I talked, and I looked to see if the guys had anything they wanted to add.
All right.
I don't think Bjorn would have known the difference. He just assumes his message got there.
Fair enough. Says, all right, well, report in when you get back into town. Actually, 4 hours. She's gonna say report in first thing in the morning.
I'll tell her, don't wait up for us. Get yourself some dinner. Something better than the rations we're having. Which reminds me, we're bringing back over 100 rations that we found at the farm and the camp to help the refugees with their food needs.
Very well. We'll see you in the morning.
Very talkative, isn't she?
Sorry, what?
Very talkative, isn't she?
I imagine she's very busy. I think there's a lot more going on than what we know, and she's been given a lot of responsibility. I'll put the Fargab back on my back.
All right. You guys continue on for just a couple more hours. Gondar, D100.
Yep.
Wow. Okay. As you guys are walking, you hear rustling in the bushes. Not far from you. All of a sudden, a naked gnome runs out, stops dead, looks at you, goes, ah! And he turns around and runs back into the bush.
Is it the gnome merchant?
It is not.
Female or male?
Male.
What was the look on his face? Did he look scared, worried, like...
Give me an insight. I'm gonna say with a 15. He was scared when he saw you.
But, like, before he saw me, could I tell if he looked like he's in trouble? That's really all I want to know is if he looks like he's in trouble or whether he was just scared because he saw us.
Didn't seem to be scared until he saw you.
And by you mean Bjorn or all
Yep.
5 of us?
Bjorn more so than the others, but I think it was more with the rest of you, more startled, whereas he saw a bear, so he just kind of freaked out and ran back into the bush.
And he was also naked, you said, correct?
Yup. Buck ass naked.
Can I chase after him?
Sure.
dash action with my long legs?
Sure. It takes you a good minute to catch up to him. And you kind of get to the edge of some bushes. And you can hear him gasping for air. Darling, we should probably go. They might be coming. Who? The ones who just saw me run out of the bush buck-ass naked? Oh, I see. And you hear some clattering of items. And as you peer out from the edge of the bush, you see these two gnomes grabbing their clothes and trying to get them on very quickly. And also looks like they're packing up a picnic.
What are you guys gonna do? I'm not with you.
I'm going to clear my throat and hold up a hand like that doesn't have a weapon in it, like I come in peace.
Excuse me, but don't you know it's rude to encroach on somebody's date?
Just wanted to let you know that there's been bandits in the area and we saw wolf tracks earlier.
Well, we're normally really good at hiding, but we were playing naked hide and seek, and I didn't realize I was so close to the road. But if you'll excuse me, as he pulls up his breeches, and she's kind of like hiding underneath the picnic blanket. We're gonna be on our way now.
Be careful and travel safe.
Yep. Okay, thanks, but bye now. And you can hear his wife kind of giggling, and he's like, "It's not funny. That was embarrassing." As they trot off.
I walk up and catch up to everybody.
I'll hustle back to where I think the rest of the gang is.
Yeah, sure. You find them pretty easily. It only took you like a good minute or so to find them.
What was that all about?
Apparently, a picnic, dinner, and naked hide and seek.
Anything
I see.
interesting to see?
Everything was pretty small. They were gnomes.
That's racist.
Aren't full-grown gnomes the size of human children?
I believe they're roughly shorter than dwarves, and I think dwarves are roughly like 4.5 feet. Gnomes, I believe, are around 3, maybe 3.5. But hey, man, I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean they got a small package.
What's the PHB say?
Let's go to Baldur's Gate and let's take a look at some gnome dick. Like,
Roll a d10 and add 2.
fuck off.
I cast Bardic Inspiration for him. He can have a +1 d4.
I mean, bruh, for somebody of his size, homie was packing.
Cast enlarge.
But with that, as you guys get back on the road, you get to Calaman before long, and we haven't had our break yet this session, and I really got to pee, so we're going to take our 5-minute break, and we will be right
Hey.
back.
Okay.
And we are back, everybody. So you guys arrive to Calaman. Let's see, let's bring you over to the Calaman.
If we're passing through the encampment, if it's that gate, I don't remember, then I would like to be handing out rations on my way through.
They're on the other side.
Well, never mind then.
So you guys arrive, and you do see quite a few merchant stalls and that, although most of them are closed down. There are tents and and small campfires going outside the city gate, as well as you do see on each side of the gate there seems to be a small armament tower attached to the gate. And as you all approach, you do see a man looking down. Yes? Who goes there?
Do we have a physical badge we can show, right? Was it sergeant or colonel or lieutenant?
Louis. Yeah, it's a Louis badge.
Hold up that and say back from a patrol on the orders of the marshal.
Very well. Give us a moment. After a couple minutes, the gate does creak open, and a let's go with a human stands there, and he says, I believe you left yesterday, did you not?
Yes, sir. Mission complete.
Very well. And he steps to the side and allows you to enter.
I throw him a gold piece as I walk by.
Thanks.
Gotta look out for your own. You're doing a good job.
The armed tower is a new development, right?
No.
Oh, it was there last time we used this gate?
Yes. Just didn't really go into a description at that point. But you can definitely see that there's also some scaffolding and such on the inside, which could lead you to believe that, inside the gate, but around the armaments, which could lead you to believe that they are trying to give extra fortification, since they are aware that plenty of activity in the east.
Was there patrols outside the gate, like among the merchant tents protecting them? Like, why are they out there by choice to sell, or they're just not allowed to sell in the city?
It's kind of like, you see in like all the movies and whatnot, outside of a big city, there's people trying to get you to spend your money before you even get inside. Because once you're inside, I mean, they've got to pay money to rent out a space in the city and whatnot. There's a lot more overhead. Whereas out here, they can sell some things and not have to pay taxes to the city or rent a space. It's about overhead.
I was just wondering if they were there by choice or not. And do I see people like guards out there protecting them, or they're just like they choose to be out there, they're out there?
Yeah, there's a few guards walking around.
All right.
But yeah, so you guys are inside the gate now. You see the armaments and whatnot. Extra fortifications being built.
What do you guys think? I feel like our information is vital enough that we should drop it off before we get our night's rest.
Agreed.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
So we want to go to the sheriff's office if we think she's there.
It is around midnight.
But we know where the sheriff lives.
I'm going to remind the guys that Juniper did say on the radio to check in the morning. But if we all head to the marshal's office, I'll go with them.
Well, truth be told, not much else they'll do. I mean, I don't think they're going to come before morning, but yeah, let's just make sure we'll tell them right away. I'm kind of a split between the middle. We're heading towards the barracks anyways, because that's where we sleep. So maybe we go in. If it's quiet, we'll just head to bed. But if it looks like there's some activity, maybe we'll drop them a line to be extra careful, because they're closer than we think.
If you say Juniper said wait till morning, who am I to argue? I'm just a bear after all.
Do you guys think an army could make it here as fast as we did? And maybe we've cleared what was walking distance from town. I'm not saying they won't attack tomorrow.
I was just worried.
It's safe to take a night's rest.
I was just worried based on the lines player drew on the map that they looked pretty goddamn close to the city already, and the arrows clearly showed they were moving towards Calaman. I was just worried they might attack in the dead of night, but I'm not a tactician.
I almost think if they come for Calaman, it's going to be from the direction of Vogler, not the direction we just cleared.
Yeah,
Right.
it's like they kind of expanded north of the river there. So, I would expect them to take foothold there and then either push south to try to regain and push their entire line.
All right, well, let's
But I'm
just
not
quickly get to bed and get to the morning and deliver our intel.
Sounds good to me.
All right, you guys make your way towards Castle Calaman. And although it does take you a little while, the streets are mostly empty. You pass a couple places where people are obviously drunk in the street. And, you can hear some moaning from a back alley. But nothing extraordinary. And you guys arrive. You find your rooms, and at this time it's probably about 12:30. Is there anything anybody wishes to do before you guys crash?
Is there a fireplace or a blazer in my room? I'll light it up and make sure it's well stoked.
Yeah, there's a couple fireplaces actually.
Yeah, I just build up the fire as best I can before going to bed.
Is there like a balcony kind of thing that's outside near the barracks that I can lay on?
Yeah, I guess there'd probably be a balcony somewhere.
So I'm going to go out there and I'm going to practice my... What's the name? My Zalkoon for as long as I can while still getting a full 6 hours sleep for a long rest.
Sure. 12:30 at night.
12:30.
Okay.
There hasn't been enough torture today.
This is why I went outside further away from you guys.
It is not a quiet instrument. You head out on the balcony. I take it everybody else is going to your rooms, or your room, I guess.
Yep.
Okay.
If anyone comes out to complain, then I choose to cast deafness on them.
Yeah. Here's the thing. You go outside and you are less than 30 seconds into playing, and in the distance you hear, "Shut the fuck up! It's almost 1 o'clock in the morning." And it's definitely coming from somewhere like way out in this direction.
I don't stop playing.
Yeah, eventually after a few moments, a few guards from the castle, probably about 10 minutes, comes out. Sir, with all due respect, you're keeping pretty much the whole castle awake. People are getting really upset.
I apologize. Is there a soundproof room I can practice quickly before sleep? I need to master this. It means a lot to me.
How about the dungeon?
I was just about to say. Well, considering that it is coming from, some of the council members, maybe you should just wait until another time. When the sun is up. High in the sky, preferably.
I hear you. The only problem is they give me such important missions during the day. There's barely any time, but all right. I dump a bunch of leaves and sticks out of my bag of holding that I'd scooped in and just sleep on them.
You scooped a bunch of leaves and sticks into your bag of holding?
For the sake of comedy, yes.
Sure, why not?
My bedroll is just a pile of leaves and loose leaves and sticks.
Sure. You set away your Zulkun and you relax down for the evening. The night is uneventful. No assassination attempts while anybody's on the shitter.
Thank you.
No instruments disappear in the middle of the night.
1 second. Can I say I cast aid on myself before I go for my rest?
Post it for me?
Oh, I didn't mean to do level 2, but it lasts for 8 hours.
It is a level 2 spell. Yeah. Sure. You sleep for your 6 hours. And sun's been up for a few hours at this point, but the one window in the bedroom begins to wake you guys up who are in the room, and you, Bjorn, you wake up because you're starting to get a little warm as the sun beats down on you on the balcony.
As soon as I wake up, I start playing my instrument again.
Sure.
I cast Gift of Luck and twice, and then take a short rest.
I cast Leave the Room and go to see Juniper or the Marshal.
All right, so let's see.
How long do I have to play for to get another roll?
It's an hour.
All right, well, I play for an hour unless somebody comes to get me sooner.
Sure. So we'll start with Gondar. First off, who are you giving it to?
Bjorn. I think he's
Bjorn is not with
he's
you.
entitled. I know, but I try to reach him and cast him and cast it at him.
So you're gonna walk up to where follow the music?
Yes, I think you need it.
All right. So before you can get there, I need a roll. Charisma, disadvantage. Bjorn.
Before he gets there?
Yeah. That is one success. Bronn and Bedvyr, you guys doing anything as you notice Padraig head out of the room and Gondar also head out of the room?
I'll follow.
Who are you following? Padraig or Gondar?
Padraig.
Okay.
I'll also
And I
follow
prepped my
Padraig.
spell. Sorry.
Very good, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I prepped some spells.
You guys head out with Padraig and Gondar. You go looking for Bjorn, which is not hard to find.
Yeah.
Following
I
this
follow the
extremely
noise.
loud. Who's the? I'm guessing you were the other person you gave Gift of Luck to.
Yep.
Yep.
That's right.
Okay. So you're able to find Bjorn. He is getting a little better at this. Not doing great, but he is doing all right.
I try to encourage him by covering up my ears.
And you give him a Gift of Luck. So that's
Yes.
going to take you guys a little while. So the other three of you head down to Marshal Vendry's office. The door is cracked open a little bit.
I'll knock on it anyway.
Yes?
We're back with information.
I see. Enter.
I open the door and enter.
I'll follow.
Marshal Vendry is sitting at her desk. Seems to be her head kind of bowed low as she's writing things and reading on pieces of parchment, shuffling the large amount of parchment around her desk as she's looking for something. So, Juniper tells me that you interrogated one of these dragon-like creatures. What do you have to tell me?
Right.
I'll let her know that we got what information we could out of him before he perished, and that this one, instead of exploding, turned to stone, and that he said that the army is made up of humans, elves, dwarves, kender, hobgoblins, goblins, and the lizard folk identify themselves as draconians. They're loyal to Takesis. The commander of the eastern forces is Horde Soth. His second is Consaldi Fire Eyes, who is the strongest spellcaster on the eastern front. And I'm going to look around the room for a map.
Yeah, you can see one pinned up on the wall.
And I'm going to draw on the map what is marked on the map that we don't have with us right now. The area that they've taken, and mentioned that I think they might try to come from Vogler. We didn't see a lot the direction we headed to the bandit camp and the farms. If I had to guess, I'd say they've got a bigger force in the direction of Vogler from the size of the force they used to take that town.
I
The thing about Kerr being one of their main areas of recruitment, and that the prisoner said Lord Soth would kill us all.
Lord Soth.
Soth?
His name sounds familiar. Why do I know it? Thanks for a minute. Anybody in that room can do a history check. Bedvyr, if you wish to do it, you can have advantage.
I'll take that offer. Didn't do much good.
Yay, my character knows what my human knows. Or player knows.
You are aware, of course, that Lord Soth was once a Salamic Knight of the Order of the Rose. He was known to be a paragon of virtue and justice, but he allowed his pride to lead him down an evil path. The gods had given him a chance at redemption, charging him with confronting the king priest of Istar and averting the cataclysm. However, he was undone by his pride, abandoned his quest, and allowed the cataclysm to devastate Bryn. He had died during the cataclysm, but then rose from the ashes. He's known to have made Dargard Keep. Sorry, wait. No, okay. You know that he perished during the cataclysm. That's the last thing. I'll put this in chat.
Or so we think.
That is what you know about Lord Soth.
Does she also know this, or is this us knowing
That is you. Bronn and Padraig.
I'll let her know when she says that name sounds familiar, what I remember from the history books.
Lord... Wait. Really? He's back?
According to the soldier we interrogated, he's back and he's responsible for the entire Eastern Front.
Who was under a zone of truth spell, so we can take his word, at least for the words he spoke.
Sorry, you also, because you're just finding out he's back, you also don't know that he is a Death Knight. That's my apologies. But pretty much everything beyond that first sentence you are aware of. She says, this can't be good. We had believed he'd perished, but if he is back, that could be extremely problematic. And if he is leading Takis's forces, that is an extremely large problem. Says, I'll bring this information to the council later today. I believe you have your next mission, correct?
We do.
Yes. I wanted to check in with Juniper before we head out for that to see if the information from the interrogation or anything that happened here have changed that mission at all.
I can tell you that it has not. But it would make sense why they haven't checked in if their movement has increased that much to the north. But we still need to know if they were taken and if they've given any information. But the mission will remain the same.
Bronn also kind of waits for a moment to chime in and says that with the information that the Draconian shared, he feels like Calaman is in a very bad spot, and we should absolutely be doing everything we can to consider getting help perhaps here, or seeing about some backup plans should things go south.
Things like that are well in the works. That's part of the reason the council is meeting today. We have much to discuss. And it seems now we have more to discuss than what was originally planned.
Indeed. Glad this is being discussed. Please think of the refugees in your conversations.
We got a bevy of rations that we'd like to distribute to them to help take care of them while we're gone and take a little bit of the what's the word?
Strain.
Burden.
Yeah, the strain on the supplies of Calaman off of them. Also, they're perishable, so they may as well get eaten sooner rather than later.
Very well. Leave them with me and I will have somebody distribute them.
Also, please let our troops know that when at all possible to try to kill these draconians with a ranged attack if possible. Not all of them explode or turn to stone, but it seems like you're safer if you're at least a little bit far away versus toe to toe with one when it dies.
I see. So ranged attacks are best.
At least for killing blows, yeah.
Very well. I will make sure to let the others know. How exactly turning to stone? How does that work?
Some gas seeped out of his body. He turned to stone, and then a short while later, the stone turned to dust. We had him tied up and chains around the rope to make sure that he couldn't escape. We were also afraid he might be one of the exploding ones and try to take us with him, or injure himself to die to try to take us with him.
If you had him chained up, how did he die?
His wounds were too great.
I see. Deception.
Isn't that true?
It's more the way he sang it. Like, he's implying that it was that the wounds were suffered beforehand.
I'll burn a little casual inspiration point on that one. I got 2.
I see. Well, it is what it is. They are enemies after all. Though I must say, I would definitely like to interrogate one of them myself.
Juniper asked that we bring back more than one, if possible, from our next mission. Personally, I was leaning towards bringing back non-draconians, but I don't think they're as high up in the ranks of the Dragon Army. Do you have a preference on risk versus reward on bringing back an enemy soldier who could potentially explode versus bringing back something safer like a human or a goblin?
Honestly, I feel like these new creatures will probably know more than many of the others. So, as dangerous as it may be, I would definitely like to try and interrogate one of these draconians, as you call them. But others are welcome to sit in my interrogation room as well.
Yeah, I'd suggest that they be, if we can get one back or more than one, that they be interrogated maybe outside the gates. Not only for safety reasons, but also the less people that see one of them explode if it dies. We don't want to invoke terror in more people than are already afraid?
That may be, but parading one of these creatures through the streets to bring him to interrogation inside the castle is surely to boost morale that we are not on the verge of losing.
I will defer to your better judgment. We'll bring back what we can. Do you know if any of the boats of Bucharest are still in the harbor? It's been a while since I was down at the docks, and we'll need to cross the water to get to our next mission.
There is, however, you will be able to take one of the city guard boats. I feel like Bucharest is not as at ease with allowing you to use his ships. In fact, he has levied accusations against the group of you, and Juniper as well. In the death of his son.
Bronn kind of scoffs a little bit, like he can't believe what he's hearing.
Sounds like he's no longer willing to help the people he said he'd help.
I feel he's still willing to possibly help for his own benefit, of course. Just not your group.
Is the city boat big enough to carry 10?
Yes. So what we're thinking is we're probably going to send a boat large enough for the 5 of you and 5 people to man the ship.
And room for prisoners as well?
Yes, the prisoners might feel a little confined, but there is a somewhat large cage underneath the main deck.
Perfect.
So, if that is all,
Same check-in schedule with Fargab?
please, yes.
Okay. Because I know we missed the dawn one while resting, but she knew we were just close to town.
You were in town by dawn.
Right, but we didn't get up in the middle of our long rest in the barracks to use the Fargab.
Yeah, but
To
as long
talk-
as
yeah,
you're
but-
as long as you're in town, like you're not gonna have to do a check-in with the Fargab.
Oh, and that's another long rest then?
Yeah, you got one last night.
I just forgot to hit the button.
So, while they're doing that, Bjorn and Gondar, you guys have spent 2 hours out there while Bedvyr, Bronn, and Padraig spoke with Marshal Vendry. Bjorn, give me, if you want to use your gift of luck on your next roll, you may. It'll be a straight roll.
All right. Yep. Wait, am I allowed to roll once before I decide the luck, or I have to do
No,
the luck
it
before I
says that
roll?
you can choose to give yourself advantage, and if you're giving yourself advantage, that means before the roll.
All right, I'll give myself a bit.
Yeah, that is that's a success. Gondar, you're listening to Bjorn do this, and he's steadily getting better.
Good for him and us.
Is he learning anything watching me?
No.
No.
He can't slowly earn proficiency. Like out of the 2 hours, he took in one roll's worth of
He's not the
proficient
one playing
knowledge
it.
watching me. Rough.
He might be developing intolerance.
What
Yeah.
instruments are you proficient in? What instruments are you proficient in, Gondar?
Glowing ones. Flute.
Could we say he was playing my lute while we were doing this?
I mean, that's up to him.
Yeah, okay. I could be accompanying you.
Sure, give me a performance set.
Sorry. Shouldn't have a disadvantage on that.
Doesn't matter. It's still your first roll. It's 20. Yeah, you're doing pretty well.
He doesn't have proficiency in it, though. So I meant like getting proficiency in the lute because he said flute.
Oh,
Yeah, that's correct.
okay. So yeah, you got one success then on your loot proficiency.
Mm-hmm.
All right. With that, the three of you are. I'm assuming you guys are done at Marshal Vendry's office.
Yeah. I think that was a pretty good time to leave. Nothing else to relay.
All right.
When we meet up, I'm gonna ask him, can we do some shopping before we leave?
Well, let's start with what they're doing first. Where are you guys going? Padraig, Bedvyr, and Bronn.
Oh, okay.
I would not want to head towards the music. I would want to head towards a boat and see how quickly we can get this ready to go.
Yeah, she would have given you the name of the ship's captain, told you which dock it's at. So if you guys are heading down there,
I'll say that I'd like to go make sure the boat will be ready as soon as possible. And could either of you round up the rest of the gang?
Absolutely.
Yeah, for sure.
I'll start following the melodic sounds of this new instrument.
fucking polka going on.
How many successes do I need?
You need 15, and then 30, and then 15.
So I was reading about paying gold to take lessons. Does that expedite things? What do the lessons do?
Like you're reading that in my handouts?
No, I googled like how to gain proficiency in instruments in D&D 5e, and it said that you can pay gold to take lessons.
Let's see. Correction. So if you go into my handouts, player information, learning new proficiencies, that's what I use for that. And an instrument would be classed as a tool proficiency. So you can either do it the long way, or you can do it the way in my handout. Those are your choices for that.
And when it says 2 months downtime, does that like 2 months straight up, like 5,000 gold to, and then I'm out of the game for 2 months? Like, what does that mean?
That means that you would have to take the downtime. So that means that either the rest of the group would have to be okay with taking that long.
There isn't that much downtime in a war campaign.
Exactly.
No, there isn't. Fair enough.
Practice makes perfect.
All right, so Padraig, you're going down to the docks. The others are going to find them. It doesn't take you guys long to find Gondar and Bjorn. Still out on the balcony, torturing people.
Oh, that's an interesting song, I say as I come up.
I'm curious, what if I convinced a bard to come with us on our journey to train me?
you're going to convince a bard to come
Well,
train
there's
you.
there's one here in town that's pretty smitten with one of our party members and loves gold.
She also has a spy job with the city.
People love gold, but who knows? But would that be an option? I'm not saying do that, but like, is that an option? Like hiring somebody to come with us?
I mean, you can try, but it's going to be really hard to convince them, especially because they have their own. This particular one definitely has their own responsibilities to the city and the basically the spy network.
All right, fair enough. It doesn't even have to be that one. I just want to know it was possible. But yeah, we can continue.
Yeah, Bronn and Bedvyr find the two of you playing music.
So we've exchanged all the pleasantries as well as the information with the sheriff, and we have our new mission. If you're of a mind to proceed.
I'm down. Could we just make a stop on the way before we leave town? I just want to see if there's any magic instrument or magic that potions and stuff for our trip.
Yeah, let's keep an eye out as we walk.
You guys are aware that Wyan's apothecary over here has some magic stuff. Let's see. Yeah. She will have a good amount of magic items and things like that. Potions, magic items, so on.
Let's just do a half circle. We'll hit Wyan's apothecary, and you guys wanted to go to the forges quick before we leave.
All right, so you guys head that way. Well, what spot you guys want to go first?
Well, the apothecary is closer, right? We just do a half circle because we're going to the harbor up top, right? Do a
Well,
circle?
where you guys come out, the apothecary and the hammer strike would not be very far. Like they're both about the same distance. All right.
The apothecary still seems to make more sense.
Sure. So you guys head down that way. Padraig, you get to the dock, and it doesn't take you very long before you find the person you're looking for. Find a human man in Calaman colors down near the end of the dock here. And you can see him giving orders to the few other men on the ship.
I'll introduce myself.
I've been waiting for you. You just about ready to leave?
Hopefully soon. I'm ready now. I don't know how long the other guys will be. One of them is trying to play a musical instrument.
I see. Do you know any sea shanties?
Is he asking me if I do or if he does?
The one who's playing the music.
I don't know. The only time I've been on a boat with him, we were fleeing Vogler for our lives.
I see. Well, hopefully you know some sea shanties.
Can I see the cage on the boat? I want to make sure we don't bring back too many prisoners.
Yeah, he says, yeah, not a problem. He brings you down beneath deck, and there is about a 10-foot wide by 6 foot tall cage. Made of iron. Thick iron.
10 foot on all four sides.
10 foot. Let's go 10 by 6. By 6.
So if we stacked them like firewood.
Well, normally what we do is if we got somebody that's too tall, this cage works even better. Because then, you know, they're kind of hunched over and they've got a lot less movement and cause a lot less damage.
It's important that whoever we put in the cage is bound so that they can't try anything. I'll say that some of them might have magic, and we wouldn't want them to take the boat down with them if they felt like they had no chance of escape.
We have things for that.
So just guesstimating, if they were all 8 foot tall draconians, like how many could we fit in there?
Probably about. You can probably fit about 6.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure there was at least room for one for each of us.
Yeah, so it's very like it'll be very cramped, which is even better because it gives them a lot less room to do anything, right?
Yeah. And he knows where we're going, right?
Yes.
How far do you think that journey will take this boat without prisoners on it?
How far?
How long
Um,
to get to where we'd get dropped off?
Probably a good, I don't know, 5-6 hours tops.
And where is it on that map? We're going into the green area, right?
Probably just slightly south of the green area is where you're gonna land, and then beyond that, it's kind of on the border. So you might be a little bit in, you might be a little bit short of.
Okay. That's all I can think of.
Okay.
I'll just twiddle my thumbs.
All right, the rest of you. There's something I need to happen before the end of the game, so let's get through the shopping quickly. What do you look for?
Do they enchant things?
Enchanting takes time.
I know I can leave it here, but do they enchant things?
Yeah, she can probably enchant some things. What do you look for?
I want to enchant one of my instruments. What does enchanting offer? What can they do?
There's a DOS lute. It's a pretty good one, especially for your level. So if you
What
put
does
in,
that do?
if you put in the compendium, DOS, DOSS space lute.
It tells me nothing found. DOSS space LUTE.
Yes.
Says nothing found. Maybe I'm looking in the wrong spot.
Are you looking in the compendium or are you looking in journal?
Yeah, I looked in the wrong spot.
All right, well, he checks that out. Is there anything else you guys want from here?
Just to take advantage of being in Yhand's shop, I greet her and ask if there's been any return of the letter for the High Mage's Tower stuff and my Red Robes initiation.
Says yes. We can do the test, but it will take a little bit of time. Are you in a rush today?
Big time. No time today, unfortunately.
I have been okayed to give you your test, but if you are in a rush today, we'll have to wait to another day.
That's understandable. I will return when I have time.
Gondar?
So does this mean I can cast one of these spells without using a spell slot? Read the bottom 3 paragraphs. Ignore the other.
So we'll cast a spell. Use an action to play an instrument, cast one of the spells. Yada yada yada. The following table lists the spells common to all instruments as well as specific to one of each variety. You can, however, I don't think you get that entire list. I'm gonna have to do some checking to make sure what you get at the uncommon rarity, unless you want a higher rarity.
I just assumed it had to be a spell, one of those that I already knew, but you could cast it without spell slot.
You can play the instrument while casting a spell. It causes any of its targets to be charmed on a failed saving throw, thereby imposing disadvantage on the save. Back to
So then when I play it, a spell that they have to do a saving throw, they have disadvantage.
Yes.
All right, let's do it. Unless after the game you reread it and determine that that's not right. So let's just start it
All right,
for now.
for sure.
Any other items?
What are you looking for?
But I don't know what items are there to.
She has a lot, my dude. What are you looking for?
Cloaks, for example, of protection, maybe something like that.
Cloak protection. Uncommon. Wondrous.
If you need something else to be done before we close down for the night, you could just send us a list of the items in the store, and then we could just decide in our off time if you want to.
Yeah. Cloak of protection is 2,000 gold.
I'll tell you what,
Okay.
you can have my platinum and you can get it.
He probably even has 2,000 gold.
Oh, good point.
I think we do have that kind of money now.
You do.
Yeah, because you can sell the gems you have too. Like I have 1,400 worth of gold in platinum.
Okay, well, he decides on that. Bedvyr, is there anything you wanted?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks.
All right.
Is there anything here magic wise for me to wear that I could take right now, or something of interest that would help one of the companion that's not here, Padraig?
Possibly. So just so you are aware, if you're taking the DOS loot at the uncommon, it is 2,000 gold.
Okay, is it?
Yeah. With and after that, how much you got left?
One sec. If I use the 3 gems that are mine and save the gem that was extra for the party, then I have 2,560 gold, and that doesn't include my bronze and silver.
Okay.
Is there other magic instruments? Like, could you? I have a pan flute, a flute, and the lute. Could you just like send me 3 different enchantments for them, and I decide over our thing, and I'll just pay for it? You know what I mean? For the sake of time.
Sure. Gondar, you want the cloak of protection?
Well, most probably yes, but I'm looking for other options as well. Does he have anything else?
She's
For
got lots of
example,
stuff. So here's what we're gonna do. Because I need something to happen before the end of the session. We're about to end as soon as this happens, anyways, and whatever you pick up is gonna have no effect on what is about to happen. So, what I want is anybody who wishes to buy something, I need to know within the week what it is. You guys can do some research. You know, you can search the compendium for items and whatnot. There's also lots of online resources if you want to check anything out
Anything we want?
within reason. What you have money for.
Anything
You,
un-
you don't just
uncommon.
have a list of where?
Bro, there's literally thousands of items. I do not have a list. So if you go to the compendium, you go down to items, and yeah, there's a massive list of items you can pick from. You can also go on any one of the resources online except Wikidot, because most of the Wikidot stuff is all homebrew. But
Fucking dope.
I do have thousands and thousands of items. So you guys can check through the compendium and let me know within the week what items you're picking up.
Okay.
Padraig, if you want something, it's not too late. We can pull together our extra and grab you something.
But Drag wants a ring of protection, he said.
True. How much is that?
I believe that one is a rare uncommon, I think.
Yeah, it's a funny thing. Rings of protection are rare, and cloaks are uncommon.
Yeah. But with that, we are going to just quickly move on. So you guys get your items and you board the ship. You guys are about halfway when all of a sudden, I would like, let's say, I'll allow 2 people to give me a perception check.
What are we perceiving?
Sound.
Vote, guys. Who should do it?
I'm fairly confident in my perception skills.
I'm gonna cast Bardic Inspiration on him.
Not me.
Yeah, me neither.
Did you want to do it?
He said 2 of us. I'll be one of them, but we need one more too.
I know, but 2 people said they didn't want to do it. So, is it Bedvyr didn't say whether he wanted to?
Yeah,
or
well, I'll
not?
do it. I don't mind. It's okay.
Send it.
And I'll use the Bardic Inspiration.
Sure. Bedvyr, you could hear it. But Padraig, well, Bedvyr, as you're looking around and looking for the sound of these beating wings, you can't seem to notice it, but Padraig, it seems that as you look up, between you and the sun, you seem to see a small silhouette. And it gets closer, quicker and quicker. And as it gets closer and closer, you realize it's a very large red dragon. But as this dawns on you, the dragon pauses mid-air and lets out a roar with a breath of flame. It catches your sail on fire, and then it continues to dive. Atop this dragon, you see what looks to be a human cleric riding upon the base of its neck where it meets its back. And before anybody can do anything, the dragon dives down slams Bedvyr into the deck, creating a large hole in the deck, grabs Bedvyr in his claws, and leaves, heading northeast at great speed. And with that, we're going to end for the night.
Bedvyr, no.
Whoa.
So I know technically there should be rolls, but it's for story purposes, and I would like to thank John for coming out for his last session in this game. Unfortunately, due to real-life circumstances, he is having to bow out. So this is my way of kind of giving you guys a reason to maybe eventually search for him. Although I will warn you that even if you guys don't have much knowledge in dragons, going after him directly is suicide. At least at this moment, until you gain some more strength.
And the direction they went in is not the direction of our mission.
No, it is not. It's near the direction of your mission, but it went definitely a different way.
In role playing terms, that's rough because he's a party member, and to just go do our mission and not chase after him is pretty fucked up.
It is, but it was the only way I could think of to have him exit while not flat out fucking dying. I like Bedvyr. I didn't want to kill him off, but I want to give you guys a reason to eventually go after him.
Hey, Bedvyr.
Yep.
Thanks for being here as long as you were. It was fun.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Well, I had a great time, y'all, and I wish the very best for you. I hope y'all have a fabulous game.
I hope
It
to
was
play
good
with you
having-
again.
It was good having
Canonically,
you.
would you have had Ispin's shield on you when you got snatched up?
I'd have probably dropped it when I got snatched by the dragon.
You
That's fair.
might be able to see him again, but I'm going to say that you guys are well aware that going after him is literally a suicide mission. There is no way you'll probably even see him at this level if you guys try and go for him. So it's kind of gives you guys a moral dilemma, which I feel can inspire some really good role play.
Well, I hope the shit in your life all works out, and I hope to play again with you.
Appreciate it, man. And like I said, I had a great time with y'all. And yeah, man, thanks so much for everything, y'all. I really do appreciate it.
If life eases up, maybe you can be a surprise fucking return, like riding the dragon, like I'm the Dragon King now.
That would be most cool.
He becomes the big
Yeah.
bad at the end of the campaign.
I'm not going to tell you what I got planned, but I do have some plans.
Obviously.
I got some plans for Bedvyr.
Have great holidays, Bedvyr.
Thanks, man. You too.
All right, thanks for coming out, John. I appreciate you being here as long as you did. And yeah, I guess I'll see you on Saturday for Dungeon of the Mad Mage.
Yep. Have a good one, y'all. Take care.
Here's
All right.
everyone.
Thanks for coming out,
Yeah.
everybody. And
Take
we will
care.
see you all again soon.
Yeah. Bye, guys.
Cheers.
Bye, gentlemen. Oh,
Cheers.
Swatch. Is he still here, or did he leave already?
He left already.
Damn it. Okay, no big deal.
Hold on, don't dip out yet.
I'm not. I gotta outro my stream and shit, so give me a minute. Well, everybody, thank you guys for coming and joining me on this adventure. Unfortunately, we are going to be missing Bedvyr for the rest of the campaign. I might try to replace him, try and get somebody else in here. But we will see how that goes. And I do have another... I'm going to stream a game tomorrow night, a video game. I'm not sure which one as of yet. Saturday, I have Lost Minds and the Mad Mage D&D game going. Sunday, I believe I'm going to be streaming, but Monday, I do have a Thanksgiving dinner to go to, so I don't think I'll be around on Monday. But I hope you all had a good time, and we will see you all again soon. Remember, Be savage or go home, everybody. Pieces.